very important component that Troy forgot.
What?
I never close it.
I don't either. There's no reason. It's in a bag.
It's got a little.
Yeah, it's like deep enough into the. You need to. Wow. 406. Meaning.
I thought I had more of the staff comments, so I had one for you and me.
Oh, it's okay. I don't think you want.
I just wondered what I did with them is one problem.
Yeah, there.
In the middle. Not on the top, not on the bottom. I know what they're gonna say. Yes. Did you see my email? I didn't make it back to you.
I responded to it, but I just responded to it a few minutes ago.
Okay. I haven't.
Is this me? Yes.
I haven't checked my email in probably over an hour or so.
Yeah, I didn't check mine in over an hour, over 2 hours probably, until just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, actually, they were more flexible than we think, because they were like, well, actually, I mean, unless, even if they're working on the project for the current one, unless he's working on it, I don't know if he needs to recuse. I'm like, you know what? Really err on the side of caution. So,
I thought if we had actually worked for the church, it would be the same entity, and I
Yes.
probably should recuse, but we didn't. We actually,
work for the architect.
we built the architect. And so
I think we're.
and I went by there and looked at that. And I think, and of course, I didn't go in or touch anything because I didn't go through the gate. I could have walked in, but I decided it was better if I didn't. But looking at that, I think it has been painted in the past, but virtually all the paint's gone. I mean, it's painted a long time ago. And I think that stucco, I don't know, I'm not sure. It could be lime-based stucco. I think it might be it might be natural cement, which is certainly appropriate for the period. And so I think that it's not for, I think it's not for, now, that's from sidewalk observation. That's not testing, so that's what it's worth, but you could use it spot for it.
I was saying my well,
I didn't get the
Point that to
form
me.
put together to like. Oh, you're fine, just emails out. So I printed you a copy if you want you. And also there was one public comment before he got the
It's an easy
email.
way to find
So
out,
I'll just test it. Because I literally left my office and I left them on my desk. And I was walking in.
which I think is not.
Well,
We can always
Tori
An
forwarded it to me
request.
and she got this yesterday morning. She's like, I'm so sorry, I didn't see it. Can we include it in the back? I'm like, yes, I will print a copy. Yeah, so it's just one of the ones that says see attached letters. I do like to print
Beg pardon?
No, I
Bye.
Lawrence Street.
Lawrence Street, wait a minute, I'll tell you.
Did you see this?
Rick Grimes.
Oh, no, I looked at the photographs.
Look at this, that's the back rail.
Yeah.
This is what they had on the front. That's the
Yeah,
back rail.
230,
That's what they had on
Yeah, and the request is not to replace
Yeah,
the
but
fence, just to put a gate in.
the front. That's what they need to spend their money on.
Oh, I know, they need to fix the
This is in
fence.
a horrible shape.
I mean, I just look at the photographs.
Absolutely, so. and I
They've
told
scabbed a
myself
lot of
when I
stuff
left
on it. It looks
the,
really bad.
My science class, I'm
I
like,
would
go
have down
home,
and started.
finish staff comments really quick,
Yeah.
send them out and go to bed early. And then
Yeah, I just put a question mark, is this a metal gate and a wood fence? Metal gate and a wooden
I
fence
didn't
seems
get
out of
home
place for
till
the historic district.
almost 6.
I just don't think you do.
And then I
Put a
was
nice
just like
fence up.
so wound up in all this stuff that I was venting for like an hour.
So tired last night. My friend, he has a tour to Charleston, he's trying to get me to do quarterly. He's a coach every year, so he's like, I have to. Well, you feel like you have to do that, you know? I know. He's like, we're gonna walk the Battery at 2 o'clock in the morning. I was like, I'm not gonna.
Oh, I don't think I would do that.
That's too much. So
I'm not gonna walk the Battery.
last
Oh,
night
you
was.
Really?
Last night was the Hutchinson House and Floyd.
She can still do it, she's still young enough to do it.
I'm afraid
That's
like,
something you have to
I
do,
don't
like,
think
in
it's safe over
oh, I find it funny.
You're braver when you're young.
I just.
I would do
We,
that.
we lived on Queen Street, this was like, well, almost 10 years ago now. And I get up at like 4:35 and I would take the dogs and we would walk all the way down to the Battery. And I just remember I did not want to go in the Battery at night, and there were always cops that were stationed around it. Anyway, I was
Okay.
scared, and that was 10 years ago. I was
Well,
27.
I grew up with stories of my dad doing stuff like going out to the Battery at 2 o'clock in the morning and taking a camera with no film in it, but using the flash to make people parked in the cars making out think he was taking their picture.
That's an odd hobby.
They would also do it, there was like a gentleman's club on Eating Street that they would do the same thing outside of. But he was like 17. He was like, we were bored, we had nothing else to do.
How old are you?
What was mine? 33.
You guys are talking, right?
That is, yeah.
I was
Mom's-
wondering, maybe I'm doing or something.
Oh, no, my dad is, but my mom's from the upstate. So she's been down here since she came to Med University.
Charleston was much smaller back then. Chances were people a lot more.
Yeah, I know. Miss Penny knows one of my uncles, because they always went to Bishop England. So she's like, I knew a Joey Pinto. Like, that's my uncle. But yeah,
Let me go back up to Glee. You said you're
Yeah.
going back up to Glee.
You probably do feel better.
I,
okay, well,
Here.
so they.
yeah, I've go with
I also grew up
and,
Incredible.
and,
He lived.
A mother that's afraid of
and Glee, yes.
I don't know.
And there's not much.
I just grew up.
Wait,
My
who's that?
parents grew up with like their parents had no idea where they were all day.
So the steps you.
My parents
Yeah,
had
the,
no idea
the,
where I
the
was all
brownstone's
day.
underneath
It was just
there.
like.
And you could, if you dug it up, you'd see that
That's how it
the
was.
first step
That's how.
virtually completely un, because the sidewalks
That's how I
are
grew
free,
up.
so
You know,
they've got,
They
do have an issue
So there were times where we
with
lived
the
in Purchase,
existing
Florida.
steps, I think, with the
There were lots
elevation
of times
change,
when I
so
lived
they
in
have
McCullough.
an elevation issue. They
So
need to
like,
fix
I
that
was
for
in
safety.
this building, I was like
But some of the
9 years
brownstone,
old when we lived, I was living with
maybe
my
all of
aunt
it's
in
still there,
McCullough.
I think maybe
She
all of
lived
it's
on one
still
side
there.
of town.
Yeah.
And
Well,
the house they had only got destroyed,
Yeah.
and Hugo was on the other
Caleb
side
went
of
over there
town.
and
So we lived in one house where they were rebuilding.
he thought that the top
So
step,
I was
because it's been
mounting every
covered
day,
before,
I would leave her house, I
That
would ride
before-
my bike down the street
he said
to
the
where
top step, he thought
the
it was
building is,
get
because
the
we'll park
water
there on
off,
the side of the
with
park.
not wrecking
And
the
then I
brownstone,
would
too,
ride
brownstone
down
is,
Oak Street and I would
it's,
climb Deer
it's like
Hill
shale.
and swim.
You might peel the top layer off,
And then I would
but you can fix
go
it.
down
even
another
then,
street, go
but
over
if
to
it-
her
if you
mother-in-law's
can't,
house
he
and
thought there were
lunch.
at least 2 or maybe 3.
And then I would drive
So,
over, ride my bike over
And
to
so,
the next door neighbor where their actual house was.
rebuild the steps.
Mayor.
Elevation.
He's still the mayor. He was mayor when I was a kid, he's still the mayor. And I would swim in their pool, because they were the only people that had a pool.
And even the brownstone you sell.
And when I would leave,
You
Miss
can-
Kathy
I
would
mean,
call my aunt, tell her that I had left, and I would go
It's
to
a
the
solid
my aunt's house
brownstone
again,
Okay.
and have a glass of tea or something, and then I would ride my bike
They were
home.
referencing.
So, you know, it's like, people would let her know where I was, but it's just like, oh, yeah, by the way, she just left.
I'm not sure, I don't think, I didn't get that. The steps have been ordered over. Portland, they've been covered in Portland.
Around each other.
But but the brownstones
I
apparently
said,
still
one place I lived
there.
in Florida, we were all over
And they were
town.
originally
It
brownstone.
was, we could go wherever we wanted as long as we took the dog with us. I had this huge black lab, so I'm gonna go, okay, well, at least there's an appearance.
There's a black lab.
And she was very effective. It worked.
It worked out.
When you were young, we all used to.
Still do too.
When I was young, I'm surprised I didn't have any jail. I was such a horrible teenager. I got so much trouble.
Well, see, my mom still tells people that I'm the only adult in the family, and that I was born an adult because somebody had to be, because she and my dad weren't going to be adults. So somebody had to tell them, okay, you're really close to the edge there, you probably shouldn't go over there. So I was like 4 telling them, no, you're too close to the edge, you need to come back.
Would have been my brother and I would push him up.
Did that too.
I'm joking.
But you know, we grew up with stories of my uncle used to jump off the bridge at Maybank,
The old Stunner Bridge?
the old Stone
Yeah,
Bridge.
the Old Crawford.
Yeah, so he used to jump off the bridge next to people water skiing.
He used to jump off the bridge on Harvard Road.
Oh yeah.
You know, over James Island.
Yeah.
There's a lot of bridges we used to jump off of. We're a lot lower than them.
Yeah, a lot of things I would do when I was younger that I definitely wouldn't. I wouldn't have the guts to do things.
You know, if it was one of the pre-Hugo, if it was one of the bridges that rotated, if you were stopped in the car, you could run and go jump into the middle section while it was turning.
Yeah. I never tried that.
My parents taught me to do that.
Still here.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, welcome to the May 25th, 2023 EAR small meeting. My name is Lindsay Van Slamberg. I'll be your chairman today. My fellow board members present this afternoon are Bill Turner, Bill Moore-Wilson, Laura Altman, and Julia Martin. City staff present this afternoon are Frankie Pinto, EAR small administrator, and Isabella Fournier, conservation planner. The order of today's meeting will be as follows. We'll start each application with an introduction and overview of the project given by the board given by city staff for the benefit of the board and the public. This will be followed by the applicant's presentation, and every applicant will have a period of 10 minutes to present. If you are speaking as the or a designer or developer, please speak during the applicant's presentation versus during public comment. The applicant's presentation will be followed by public comment. Again, if you are speaking as a member of the public, please approach and state your name first and last clearly for the record. Public comment will be followed by city staff comments and recommendations. And once we've heard from the public and city staff, the applicant will have a 5-minute period to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments or recommendations. Once we've heard from the applicant, public comment of the applicant's presentation will be closed and we'll move into the board discussion and vote on each application. The following items have been withdrawn or deferred. Agenda item number 1, Alberta Avenue, and agenda item number 11, 14 Colonial Drive. If there are any students present, welcome. Once you've stayed for a allotted amount of time, please see Isabella over here and she'll sign whatever paperwork you need. Please keep in mind that the purview of this board is architecture and design only. Livability concerns, lot coverage, zoning, are not within the purview of this board and cannot be voiced here. All right, well, Frankie, I turn it over to you for some meeting protocol unless we're ready to start. Okay.
We've gone through most of this, so I will just add that I do have a clicker up there on the podium, but if anyone would like me to control the presentation here, I can do that or zoom in on any slides.
Agenda item A1 is review and approval of the minutes from the May 11th, 2023 meeting. Do I have a motion?
I will make a motion to approve the minutes with a few select edits, corrections that I made. Share with board members.
I don't have these to you, Frankie, and I second that motion. To a vote, and Laura, I understand you're abstaining. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
None opposed, the motion passes unanimously. Agenda item B1, 17 Alberta Avenue has been deferred by the applicant, and we are on agenda item number 2, 58 St. Margaret Street. Frankie, you could give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
Requesting partial demolition of historic structure, including doors, front and rear porches, and portions of the roof. It is a category 4 in Wagner Terrace, circa 1950, and historic materials demolition permit. The property's location on St. Margaret Street. Existing site photos of St. Margaret. Inboard map showing the history of the structure. Architectural inventory from 2004. I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you. My name is Robbie Morty. I'm the architect representing the homeowners for 58 St. Margaret Street. And there are just 3 points that I'd like to sort of make in this presentation. So the first is, so just sort of to go over what we're proposing as was shared is the demolition of the windows, the front and rear porches, and then portions of the roof. This house is just a 2-story brick sitting on a corner of a corner lot in the Wagner Terrace neighborhood. And so the first thing that I'd like to just point out about this particular building is the context of the neighborhood. So often in considering the historic character of a building, you look at the character of the whole neighborhood. This building is does not necessarily contribute to in the height, scale, mass, or form, year of construction to the neighboring houses around it. And so this is sort of one of the reasons that we feel like the demolition of these components is appropriate. And then the second part of this portion is that while this building is historic and was built in the 50s, the windows are steel and severely deteriorated. And then the other features that would be considered architectural features of this time are not particularly significant enough to make this building stand out, and it's on its own sort of 2 feet as a historic, sort of its own historic artifact. And with that, although I know that this is not in your purview, the proposition for the owners is to add porches that wrap 3 sides of this building. They're interested in having a great deal more outdoor space to make this sort of an indoor-outdoor livable. And so what they're proposing in the window demolition and replacement are French doors to give them an opportunity to sort of spread from the inside to the outside. All of this is appropriate in scale to the corner lot and the sort of the size and the mass of the building. But, you know, as we're here, all we're talking about is the demolition. Also, in the significance of what we are adding to the building is that the porches will also greatly affect the character of the building. So we sort of feel like this application is appropriate. And you can see we did include, although just again for context and approval, of the existing and the proposed and the site plan, so you can see where the porches are in the building. And then this page shows the notes of each element that is going to be deteriorated. Also a note on the windows. I would say about 1/3 of the windows have already been replaced with either some sort of wood or vinyl window. And then this is the existing roof, just showing the sides of the building. This is the proposed, where you can see the addition of the porches around on the sides.
Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
The dormers that you're using, those are not just pure wood.
Yes, we're proposing to occupy the 3rd floor. Well, partially, it's only a half story on the 3rd floor.
So the entire roof would come off. So is the roof pitch changed?
The pitch of the roof is changing.
So the entire roof
Yes.
come off.
All right, we have no written public comments. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Charleston Foundation. Thank you for talking to me earlier today. ACF has reviewed the application for partial demolition, including the windows, doors, front and rear porches, and portions of the roof at 58 St. Margaret Street. These historic elements of 58 St. Margaret Street are characterized by new features. The loss of these features will substantially change the mid-century character of the house. The windows, in particular, should be repaired if possible or replaced in kind.
And having here,
We had the opportunity to visit the site this morning, and while we agree there is room for flexibility to allow this house to evolve, its fundamental characteristics should remain intact. These include legibility of the original footprint and fenestration patterns. We're not supportive of the request to demolish the roof to turn this historically to a two-story building into a three-story building, and historic window openings should be preserved with any replacements done in a historically appropriate fashion as needed, especially on primary elevations. So we ask the board to deny this proposal for the applicant to consider a lighter touch to rehabilitation. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking in the public? Can you give us any staff comments and recommendations, please?
Okay, observations, existing structure at the simple mass, floor base, minimal detailing. Doors, surround, front gable form are all character defining features and should remain. Staff has previously supported small portions of demolition at roof and dormers, and we would be willing to do so again in this case. But my staff recommendation is denial with staff comments.
Thank you, Frankie. Ms. Marty, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in city staff comments or public comments?
I would just simply like to reiterate that this particular building is not sort of character defining in context of either sort of the neighborhood or the street, and that while there are features that sort of lightly define the time from which this building came, we do not feel that it's significant enough to warrant denial of it. Just because they're there doesn't mean that there's a significance, and so we would appreciate being permitted to move forward with this.
All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and vote.
What's being proposed is pretty heavy-handed. And we're talking about wall cuts to accommodate 11 doors, peeling the roof off, front doors around, front rear stoops, roof cuts, slope, elimination of the front gable, and removal of all windows and doors. I think the house could certainly change and evolve. Simple houses, there's nothing wrong with simple. There are certain characteristics I think should be retained. If the steel windows aren't repairable, maybe something could go back that maybe they're not steel windows, but they're sort of in that vein. The front gable is, to me, is the one strongest character defining feature of the house. Learned a little bit about the wrought iron railings. We did about the initials and signified the original form, which maybe those, at least the sections of the railings could be preserved and reused to sort of to its history. Number of wall cuts for the doors. I'd like to see that reduced greatly. And I'm okay with the addition of the dormers. I don't think that's unreasonable. So based on all of this, I'd like to see the application not denied, but deferred for restudy. And maybe just possibly think of taking a different architectural direction so you can sort of embrace the simplicity of the house instead of trying to change it so drastically.
You almost everything you said there, Bill. I know that this house is not like the quintessential, Wagner Terrace prototype that would be on the cover of the Wagner Terrace magazine, but it's really, there's a lot about it that's very cool, and I think could be celebrated successfully. And there are examples of that around the neighborhood, of houses that aren't exceptionally charming at first blush, but really can be celebrated. And I think this is a property that contributes to the diversity and the sort of period of significance of this neighborhood. And like Bill, I feel like there's plenty of room to adapt it, to add porches on the back, and all kinds of adjustments to bring it into the 21st century. But the current proposal just goes a little too far and kind of radically alters it.
I tend to agree. The windows are largely original, some have been replaced, and they're steel casements, which is I think, a defining feature. I understand the difficulty in restoring them. I think if they can't be restored, they should be replaced with something that's visually similar and important, and I think original openings should be retained reasonably. I think there's room for some adjustment there. I think the front form and the front of the roof form and the little gable are defining features. I think you can do other things with the roof that are less heavy-handed than removing the entire roof. Might accommodate. I'm a little less concerned about the stoops, and I think that really the addition of the porches is not my purview. And so I'm fine with that this could be restudied and the effect minimized a little bit.
Bill, would you entertain the dormers?
Yeah, I think that adding some dormers on that roof sensitively would be fine. And we've approved that pretty regularly. What we have generally not approved is entire removal and changes in roof form, which is what's being requested here. So I struggle with that, and I struggle with the wholesale change in the fenestration, sort of without any consideration for trying to preserve the original appearance.
Certainly.
Along the lines of recognizing that the steel windows are in really bad shape and could be replaced with something similar, I think for our policy, staff has latitude to interpret that and decide what's similar. Wouldn't have to necessarily be exactly the same.
No, but it would have to be a similar light pattern.
Okay, so you guys feel like deferral? Because I would almost say, I think it's clear that we're open to some changes, but as submitted, I think the majority of what's being requested, I'd almost just say denial as submitted to keep it clear. So I'll make a motion for denial as submitted.
Motion on the floor for denial as submitted. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Vote. Bill?
Yeah, in favor.
Laura?
Yay.
Julia?
Yay in favor.
Belmar?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Item number 3 is 5 Lee Street. Can you give us an introduction and overview, please?
Fleet is requesting after the fact approval for alterations to front stair, handrails, side steps, and alterations to front door. It is a category 2 in Charleston Village, circa 1847 to 8 in the Old Historic District. This is the church's location on Leaf Street. A photo, context of Leaf Street. Showing the history of the property. But more architectural inventory, 1973. And since I didn't do a site visit for this, I've got some photos of the work being done. There was a stop work order issued for this project.
for having us. My name is R.D. Bugs, and I'm with the Hugh Construction Group. Basically, we're here to explain the process of the steps for 5 Glebe Street, Mount Zion AME Church, which is well understood as in the historic district of Charleston. Simply what we have, we were actually following the drawings that were submitted to you guys. That the building process was along with the existing permit, moving on to my permit of the building application because there were exterior improvements prior to. So that was a confusing effort at that point, and that's why we had to stop work. As far as the materials that we were using, we're actually going back with the existing material stucco that's permissible in historic Charleston for the steps. In the midst of the stop work, the construction of the steps were not fully completed, whereas we did actually have the church and I agreed to the change order of actually going with the materials that would have been more suitable for that particular area, which is across the street is the College of Charleston. So they also have a material, a cementitious finish on their steps. And that was the likely kind of the church's decision to go with those steps instead of the stucco steps in the process of building those steps. So we saw the 8 inches that the blocks were at on each riser. Those are now being cut down, formed over, poured into a design concrete type step to accommodate what's across the street at the College of Charleston. So hopefully moving forward, we can, with you guys' approval, we can forward this process and continue this step also. The steps also. The platform is also going to replicate, again, the steps across the street from College of Charleston, whereas it has a granite type of finish and it's infilled with stone. So for that platform of the steps, the doors is actually going to be complemented by swinging in. Still, it's going to be the same, accommodating all of the bars sanctions on historic downtown Charleston.
Mr. Bugs. Did my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
You can go first, go ahead.
I have a question for staff. The previous approval, could you refresh our memory? Steps.
Okay, so the previous time it came before the board was in 2021. The motion was a final approval of ramp with staff condition number 1, which had to do with wrought iron railings, and deferral of front entry changes on existing materials and proposed finishes and details. That was the previous motion.
And so that's what was approved. Just wanted to get it clear.
Was that the drawings that are here that show the front steps? Were
I
these the
think
same
they're
drawings that were
slightly
submitted back in 2021?
Those are the wrong ones. Y'all look more than I have. So yes, these are the ones that previously came before the board.
Actually, those were the, those actually what we followed. We just flared them out just a little bit more that's actually on these drawings here. Right. So even with the handrails, we've actually detached the handrailings and actually now actually fabricating the handrailings to the existing handrailings for height and extension for building code requirements.
So,
To try to make clear was whether or not the work on the steps had been previously approved by either staff or the board.
No, sir.
and was it permitted?
No, there's only an interior permit.
And I have a question. Okay. Work on the steps that has been executed. There is some work on the steps that has been executed, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in the process of executing that, my understanding was that the original steps were brownstone blocks that had been first or covered in Portland. Was that the case? I'm assuming that you excavated pulled the old steps out and built the new steps, is that correct?
That is not correct. The
Conditions.
steps are still currently existing underneath, as you can see, it's actually shown on photos.
That's, all right.
Okay, so the bluestone, you've actually built around them and the bluestone still, I mean, the brownstone still exists in the original location.
Correct, sir.
Thank you, Richard.
And this is actually on the drawings is actually showing the existing step remains. So we follow that.
It also,
Okay, you can ask questions.
what is the material that you referred to across the street? Is that brownstone also, or do you have any photos of that at the College of Charleston?
Yes, we do have photos of that.
That's over here. Sorry, those were the previous steps. Those are the only pictures that were provided, were these historic images and then these photos of the previous condition.
Yes, I did provide photos of the steps across the street.
Did you provide them before the deadline? Because we only put in the packet that is sent to us. So if it wasn't in that packet, I don't track them down.
That was a requirement when we came to talk to you guys, about a week ago. In the packet.
Okay, this was everything that we received in the initial submittal. We just copy and pasted it.
You can see it from the street view.
That's what
It's
I was,
12, please.
Yeah,
Across the street.
12, please.
oh, that's,
yeah, we can pull that up. That's what it is.
Thank you. We're trying to look on Google Maps to see if we could, we were trying to look on Google Maps to
Okay,
see if we
okay,
could
okay.
see
Yeah,
across the
that's
street.
great. Thank
I
you.
don't know if y'all can.
My apologies, I don't know that.
My Google
One more-
12 leads.
One more question, since at least three of us were not here when the original application was made, and one of us who was here has trouble remembering all the details. The purpose of enlarging that landing at the top and increasing the footprint of the steps is for safety, convenience. Can you just explain the purpose of this change?
It's actually for safety and convenience, whereas we won't be encroaching the city of Charleston sidewalk at that point. However, going back to the safety landing, of course, you have, it's a historic church, so you have members of downtown Charleston who have actually attended that church for quite some time, who are some elderly folks, and we have to abide by building code standards to give them a type of landing platform for safety. And it's the convenience of them standing on that platform to not actually, you see that door opening, what's happening now, because of how close it is to the front of the building, sheer rain is coming in and it's actually rotting in the front seat of that building. So that platform protects that front seat of the building to not be deteriorated quickly.
And also provide some additional context. I'm from the pastor of the church, the owner. Our
Could you
insurance,
approach so we make sure that we can hear?
I'm on Middleton, I live 821 34 Charleston, South Carolina, 29414, pastor of Mount Zion Union Church, Glebe Street. Our insurance company also cited us for the ramp and the steps. That was part of the exterior mandate and imperative for us making some rehabilitations to both of those, because the pitch of the previous ramp was vastly unsafe for individuals who were in wheelchairs. They literally, sort of dropped them straight down, so they needed to be a more graduated, code compliant ramp and pitch. And then the front steps, if you can see in these photos, the original form, they were already too short. And so individuals would miss a step, trip, they would literally fall. And so it became more of an insurance coverage issue, because the risk was too great, and so they really were on the verge of dropping us from coverage. And the safety of our members, he was mentioning, totally, but even young people, also would have to navigate those steps, or certain applications based on the safety issues. So we always knew that we had to do something to them based on those issues.
You'd also to add to Reverend Middleton's comments on the steps. The existing steps were actually, some were at 7 inches, some were at 10 inches, some were at 8 inches. So you had a variation of the height of the steps. I think was a safety concern for the congregation alongside.
One more tiny question. Previously, I had the impression that the door swing direction was going to change, but that's not the case anymore, right? They'll still swing in like they always have?
Yes,
Is that correct?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We're actually, it's decided that the doors are going to stay the same. The swinging of the doors are going to remain the same.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Speaking to the public?
And I'm Middleton, pastor of the church, and those who come in support, if you would stand as well from our congregation. We did supply a petition of supporters to, including church, our neighbors, and Charleston, president across the street, and others who are in and around Green Street, recognizing the historicity, of our structure and the need, the functional need for a ramp and now subsequently the entry steps. There's no landing there in the event that we needed to sort of can bring a casket up in order to have some platform area that enables us to in a safe way come into the church. The railings are so far away from even where the door swings open that individuals would still have to sort of go over to it. And so we definitely support mitigation to the front step design for the future of our church, safety, and for so that we wouldn't have to do this again. It doesn't mean code at all. Thank you.
And on the heels of that, I will say, I do have the petition submitted, and it looks like there are 60 church members that signed on to that, and there's also 8 additional church members that signed on to a letter, so have that in the record. And that's all the written public comment. Do we have anyone else speaking from the public?
Carol, the Preservation Society of Charleston. I just want to start by saying that the Preservation Society strives to be as supportive as we possibly can be to congregations working hard to maintain their historic presence on the peninsula, as well as the historic buildings that they steward. In case we are struggling with this request. When this project underwent VAR review in 2021, the board deferred any changes to the front entry steps and encouraged the applicant to consult a conservation professional to develop a sensitive approach to repairs. We visited the site this week, and in their current form, the stairs are overscaled and the work that has been done should be reversed. We ask the board to deny this after the fact request to allow the applicant to explore more sensitive repair options for the historic brownstone steps.
We did employ a stone conservator who then helped us contemplate the design that you saw in the initial renderings that were previously presented. So we did that.
Anna Wood, Start Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for the after the fact approval for the alterations of the stairs, handrails, side steps, and door at 5 Queen Street. Although the alterations in this location were proposed January 21, it's our understanding that the VAR approval was not granted. We believe that there has been a misunderstanding in the VAR process. We respectfully recommend deferral on this after the fact approval request so that the project can be paused and a revised application for the new steps can be submitted for review and approval by the VAR.
Speaking to the public? Okay, Frank, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Those are just the with some observations initially, the initial brownstone steps have been encased in the CMU and covered with dirt. The provided drawings do not match the current under construction conditions. The stairs are slightly different. Since the stop work order has been issued, some additional work has been done. The lanterns on the front facade have been changed as well. And that the existing brownstone stairs are original to the building as far as staff can determine. Staff comments, stairs should be restored to original conditioning with the coating removed wherever possible. And if they cannot be restored, they should be replaced with brownstone stairs of a similar design. Obviously, that would be code requirements. Staff recommendation is denial with a restoration of brownstone steps within 6 months.
Mr. Buck, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in city staff comments or public comments before we deliberate as a board?
The only comments that I can actually respond to, number 2, which is the provided drawings do not match the current conditions. We were in the middle of construction, whereas we did not have opportunity to commit to the drawings, and actually we were at a stop work. Oh, we were already in conversations of actually a change order on the steps at this point. For that matter, as far as the lanterns on front of the facade, basically the interior lighting, when we actually had the opportunity to continue with interior lighting, that's a part of the package deal with the grant for the church and had to be completed for actually the grant.
The lanterns.
But you had no permit for that.
Okay, well,
Your permit specifically says no exterior work. And even if you did want the stop work order is issued, you cannot do any work interior or exterior.
Well, we continued the interior work once we actually were told that we could have.
Once you had submitted the packet, yes, but you cannot do exterior work at all.
Did you have any other response or?
Well, as the owner, I don't know if that's permissible, we are not opposed to, the restoration of the brownstone steps with appropriate code modifications. We're not opposed to that. We are not.
Thank you, Mr. Middleton, excuse me. All right, the applicant's presentation and public comments now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I'll start. I mean, my recollection, and I think that's been confirmed, is that our concern with the initial plans that were submitted some time ago was that plan for the steps and the platform. The platform was there to accommodate a change in swing of the door. I think that now is not the case. The door's still open in. Clear, I think that the grade has changed there. There's elevation issues. The steps do need to meet, the rises need to meet code. The width of the steps need to meet code. There might even need to be for code some increase in that top step / platform and the doors. The platform by code, I don't think to be as wide as what it appears to be on the drawings, but it could certainly be code compliant. I think the steps need to, in appearance, even with the appropriate changes for code and appropriate, need to basically follow the guidelines of the original steps, which would be brownstone and limiting the width to the original steps, except for maybe minor changes if code required it. So I think that I would not approve what is currently under construction of steps. I think the ramp is not in question.
Okay, that's correct. That was previously approved.
Don't have a comment.
Yeah, this is tricky, and it sounds like there was a little bit of miscommunication or disconnect about the process with approvals and permitting. And your building is beautiful, it's wonderful, and that's why we're so concerned about it. And architecturally, it contributes an enormous amount to the city, and also culturally, it contributes an enormous amount. So I really personally want to find a solution so that they can make these stairs safe to use for generations to come. And it sounds like there's maybe some appetite to take the sort of flavor of what was originally there, the brownstone treads, that sort of thing, and translate it into something that is going to be compliant with current code, which is not a mandate. You know, there are a lot of things around town that don't come close to complying with current code, but in this case, I think it's warranted to make that move. And I do think the landing would have to be, I mean, at least 3, maybe more for commercial, I'm not sure. Because you can't just go down a bunch of stairs right outside the door, even if it's in swing. But that just needs to be studied, I guess, by an architect or someone who can really clarify what code would require and how to use the original historic materials to sort of make that happen. And to me, that would be a good solution.
I would agree. I think that I can understand the reason for the landing platform and the depth of it, so that you can really get up there, stand, and be able to open the door and not feel like you're teetering backwards. And I know that that's not historic, but it's something that is needed, and it's a safety thing. I agree, we can keep the stairs the width that they are now, like you said, and be able to use the brownstone. Maybe not the existing original brownstone, I don't know, but that could be explored.
There is brownstone, I think, is there. It may or might not be salvageable. New brownstone is available, and certainly there could be incorporated in a more modern construction technique that would be.
And I actually think that when that landing happens, I think the width of the stairs is going to have to grow if we're going to cascade out from that point. Yeah.
So I think that that's all acceptable, because I think appearance-wise, it would follow the intent of the original stairs. And I think that's what we want to see.
I don't have anything to add. I agree with everything that's been said.
I would be shocked if they could pull that brownstone out and use it in any way. And I always sort of like the notion of encasing it for some future archaeologists to discover.
That's a good point.
I certainly would reject that. I think that say defer the steps before resubmittal of appropriate drawings.
Yeah.
Okay, it should come back to us.
Can I ask
Was
one
that
more
a
question?
motion that you just made?
Sorry, I have one more question.
Did you just make a motion to defer the steps?
What was the question?
Oh,
Yeah, I have one more question. The steps that are there, like from your experience and all, from the pictures, is the blue stone that thick? I mean, the brownstone? Or is it pieced?
I think, I'm not sure, because I
Right,
think
I'm hoping
I think they're
Versus-
probably block,
full.
full block treads. Now,
That's
they may be in really terrible condition, which you do, I mean, they've been covered with Portland, and one of them's buried pretty much, I think, below grade. So they might or might not be usable. Some parts of them might be. I think if those steps get wide, they're going to be sections. So you might be able to recycle some of them, and that would be nice. Or
They're
you could-
probably blocks as opposed
Yes.
to,
oh,
tread with
they're-
a
they're
nosing.
probably
Because-
solid block.
yeah, so the detail that's on A2 probably won't
Think
work.
of steps at First Cups. I like those only on a much smaller scale.
Sorry.
Your experience, do you think they could do it brownstone from you?
You know, I don't know. That's why I think. Right. I mean, I think that's why a careful approach, looking at different techniques that might work. think there's probably more than one way to accomplish that. I'm certainly open
I
to
would be open to that, for sure.
It's
to
probably
any,
blocks.
sort of ingenious way.
Could you just say a veneer, the brownstone veneer, is that?
I mean, that would be a decision that whoever
Even
was
just
designing the
treads,
stairs would
maybe,
make,
like,
and then send it to the city. What I'm saying is, they don't have to be necessarily great big blocks. There are more ways than one to accomplish the appearance.
And which is the direction we were heading, because actually it's not technically all masonry, it's actually not even 30% of masonry, they were gonna be mostly 78% concrete. Of course, covered in concrete, if you're not on top of it, we were topping it with, of course, again, the caps at the College of Charleston. So as far as masonry, we were going away with that, and of course, we would keep the building code requirements on the height of the treads and also get the steps of the treads. So that's where we were with that.
I'm not sure what is, the thing that is at the College of Charleston, but I think one of the is to, is not across the street, but to try to.
So you have
It's
the
kind of
portion,
like what you're saying, yeah, they're big blocks like what you were saying, essentially. Even if there's a substrate.
I'd like to hear a motion. Yeah. And I guess ultimately, I think what we're all implying is that a design professional needs to kind of really understand the existing situation and propose a thoughtful way to translate that into a solution for 2023. So I will make a motion for front stair and handrails, side steps, alteration to front door. Just looking at what they're requesting, do you know what that means?
That was the original drawing set.
So whatever we do to the front steps, we're gonna do the same to the side steps are the same too.
Okay. I'll just make a motion for deferral of the work at the front steps, and a board meant to resubmit proposed design for front step changes in the spirit of the historic steps.
We have a motion on the floor for deferral of the work on the front stair and a board requirement to resubmit proposed design for the front step with changes in the spirit of the historic steps. Okay, do I have a second to Julia's motion?
I'll second.
Vote. Bill?
Yeah.
Laura?
Yeah, in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor.
Dawn?
Yea, in favor.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you all.
As clarification for that,
Yeah.
that was my thought.
I think it needs to come back.
I think they need to
We'll
resubmit
bring
it to
we'll
us.
bring it.
Oh, no, I just wanted to make sure for my knowledge that I understood.
But we'll consult before we come back.
Agenda item number 4 is for Trumbo Street. Frankie, when you're ready, you can give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
My notes. For Trumbo Street, it's requesting conceptual approval to elevate home above DFE, enclose a portion of first floor porch, second floor addition and new entry stair. It is a category 4 in Charleston Village, circa 1870 in the Old and Historic District. Property's location on Trumbo Street. Listing site photo. The context of Trumbo. More maps showing the history of the property. We'll turn it over to the applicant.
Jeremy Cuskill, I'm presenting on behalf of my clients, Erica and Charleston Missile, who are the owners of 4 Trumbo. This project originated last year when they were forced from their home due to an interior fire that resulted in significant interior damage. And as a result, they kind of took a step back and looked at, since we're going to be doing work to the house anyway, it was an opportunity to improve the house, both for the future of the house, but as well as for their growing family. So what it resulted in were two steps in the changes and modifications of the house we're proposing. The first of which is to elevate the house above design flood elevation. We use the precedent of 8 Trumbo Street, which had been approved all the way through final BAR approval in July of 2020, and had used the same elevation that they were proposing to raise to with a minor modification due to the 2021 flood map changes that went into effect. So raising it just enough that we're above design flood elevation to raise the house out of the flood zone for preservation in the future. Hopefully this house stays there for a couple hundred years to go. It's been there since 1870. We'd like to see it there. 70. But also with some concerns about 50% rule due to the work they were going to need to do just to repair the house in the first place. So it was 2 reasons to raise the house, both of which had major benefits to them and to the house in general. In raising the house, what we were proposing to do is to maintain the experience of the pedestrian at street level by keeping the existing street door, installing closed shutters that would replicate the windows that are above them vertically, and to take the stair and incorporate it into the footprint of the first floor piazza. So the current piazza has a step up from the street door and then to the side entrance. We're proposing to have the stair behind that street entry door so we can maintain that same front door as the main entrance to the home. The existing house also has the rear of the first floor piazza is already enclosed as heated space. So it's mostly an open piazza and then some enclosed piazza. In raising it, you're doing everything you could to keep that footprint of that entry stair within the footprint of the house. We're adding a stair in the rear of the house to maintain access to the rear yard, but we're trying to keep the footprint of the front of the house and again the experience of the pedestrian on the sidewalk the same as it currently is at the site level and as you interact with the house. The second thing that we were proposing to do is some interior reconfigurations of the house to make it more fitting for their family, as well as capturing second floor piazza space, creating second floor piazza space and encapsulating it. We did a casual walk around the neighborhood at the beginning of the project and we were able to find 12 different houses that have a first floor open piazza with a second floor enclosed piazza above, 3 of which are included in our precedent images. that are 14 Limehouse Street, 149 Trask Street, and 163 Broad Street. There are 9 additional addresses, 6 Chapman, 172 Wentworth, 69 Spring, 150 Cannon, 18 Jesper, 322 Sumter, 91 Logan, 25 Logan, and 219 Fishburne, all of which were built between 1870 and 1917. That all have this condition of a first floor of a piazza with second floor of, again, I'll call it enclosed piazza above. This was being done as a way to provide more living space for my clients. This is a sister house. There are, I believe, 5 in a row. It's 4, 6, 8, 10, and 12 Trumbo, I believe, that all are similar. A few of these have non-historic rear additions to the house, which were done at various periods of time, probably for the same purpose of what we're trying to accomplish. In reviewing with EZAZ, they prefer our approach to trying to maintain the footprint of the house versus adding something non-historic onto the rear of the house. So that was the direction we had pursued. This is the street view of the houses, photographs of each, and then the elevations of the houses on the north side of Trumbo. You can see the house prior to a proposed elevation and where it would be after the proposed elevation. Obviously, it does end up higher than the adjacent sister houses, but we're sticking to an elevation that was approved for 8 Trumbo. And you'll notice that as you look down the block, it's far from the tallest house on the block, even after this. And speaking of 8 Trumbo, my clients have a handful of letters of support from neighbors, including 8 Trumbo Street. We've done everything we can to maintain the feeling of the house. On the second floor piazza, the fenestration along the side of the house matches the location of the existing fenestration, just carried out from the current existing wall to the new proposed exterior plan. And we're trying to replicate the look of and having the raised first floor piazza have a railing now, so it has the look of the Charleston the same way. So ultimately, our goal is to preserve the footprint of the house, preserve the experience of the pedestrian on the street, raise the house to preserve it for the future, as well as providing a little bit more space for my clients for themselves and their own family. Thank you.
My fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
One is that I believe the elevation indicates that what you're proposing is a foot above DF. Is that correct?
It's 2 feet.
Discrepancy between DFE for new construction and DFE for existing.
Pardon?
DFE for existing is only 1 foot above BFE.
Yeah. So
And
this
you're
is
indicating the DFE
this is actually
first.
2 feet above.
Correct.
Okay, so it's 2 feet above.
2 feet above DF, yeah. It's what it needs to be for.
I mean, what's the reason for elevating above DFE?
Additional foot.
2 feet actually.
Because now you're 3 feet above base flood elevation.
Yeah, it's 3 feet above base flood, right?
And it only needs to be
2
1
feet
foot.
above DFE.
Sure. Again, it originally went back to the precedent of the 8 Trumbo Street elevation and trying to relate to the amount that was being raised.
Before the maps changed.
Yeah, that was before, And there's not a grade level plan. So is there a plan for that space below?
It's going to be unheated. I mean,
It can't be.
It's within the flood, so it cannot be. It's just going to
Usually in a situation like this, there'll be a grade level
Foundation.
plan as well. So it just wasn't in the drawing, so I was just curious
Sure, it'll just be, it's a stucco wall with, on the side, and it that's on two other sides, so it'll just be open. Basically a very tall crawl space. Okay.
Just one quick question, a minor question. What's driving the exterior stairs to the side of the house as opposed to touching the north side? Right.
Yeah, it was programmed. It was programming in conversations with zoning as well. But programming was primarily the driving reason. Thank you.
Right, we had one written comment submitted from Robert Stockton at 6 Montague Court. The elevation of the structure is regrettably necessary, however, it should not be used as an excuse to radically alter the house's historic architecture. Fort Trumbo is one of a group of identical houses built circa 1870 and at present retains its original configuration with a one-tier piazza. The proposed changes to the piazza design are incompatible with the history of the property and with Charleston's historic architecture. The examples of enclosed upper piazzas set in the application were changes made without VAR purview and so are not valid comparisons. That part of the application should be denied. Do we have anyone speaking for the public?
Let's start Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application to elevate the house to a window above design flood elevation and enclose a portion of the first floor porch, a second floor addition, and a new entry stair. We are sympathetic to the applicant's concern about flooding at this location. However, the city's adopted flood elevation guidelines state that structures should not be elevated above design flood elevation. We do not believe an exception should be made in this. The city also has a policy against piazza enclosures because they are a primary character-defining feature of Charleston's historic single houses. Application proposes enclosing an additional portion of the main floor piazza and adding a new enclosed piazza on the upper floor. We believe that the VAR should consistently adhere to its policies. We are not in support of this application and recommend denial for restudy. Thank you.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. Our comments are largely in line with the Historic Charleston Foundation. Per the VAR's design guidelines for elevating historic buildings, elevation should be undertaken as sensitively as possible to maintain the historic character of the building and its relationship to the streetscape, especially when there are sister houses in play. So we are not supportive of the proposal to raise the structure above DFE higher than necessary, nor to significantly alter the piazza, which is an important character-defining feature for the reasons that April stated. And then lastly, the foundation walls under the main body of the house should be solid, and the beachy style horizontal louvers should be reduced. And overall, this is a heavy-handed approach to elevation that we feel warrants denial for restudy.
Do you have anyone else speaking from the public? Comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, we did want to note that they did receive EZAG approval for a reduction in side and rear setbacks for the proposed stairs. As our Charleston Foundation and Preservation Society pointed out, the VAR policy on piazza enclosures, I've got a couple notes on it. All of them, those I won't go through all of these, just the ones that I adopted into our comments. As previously stated by the board, we did not receive any drawings of the bottom floor, so we're not sure entirely of the purpose of the space. Newly introduced roof angle over the piazza is awkward and should be restudied. Per VAR policy on piazza enclosure, the location of the piazza enclosure shall be to the rear of the piazza, be minimal in size, and not alter the conceptual relationship between the house and piazza. Proposal should be restudied to reduce the amount of piazza enclosure and better follow the VAR policy. Per our guidelines on raising historic structures, buildings should not be moved to accommodate additions, parking, etc. Buildings should remain in original location on lot unless doing so prevents reasonable introduction of stairs. Pier and fill should be recessed, louvers, or customized and not incorporate beachy style horizontal slats or stock lattice. And as also stated by the board, per the drawing, the base flood elevation is 11 feet. Proposed design flood on the drawing is noted at 13 feet, that should actually be 12 since it's an existing building. And the house is being raised to 14 feet. Structure is proposed to be raised more than required by FEMA and more than VA policy allows. Elevation should be kept to a minimum required to mitigate disruption of the streetscape. Staff recommendation is deferral for restudy with staff comments.
Thank you, Frank. Did the applicant want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comments and city staff comments and recommendations?
Yeah, I would just state that our intention for the height of the house that we were elevating was, again, related to something that was a precedent. I don't know that specific height is anything that we were strongly married to for any reason. So I don't think we would object to bringing it to the level that the VAR would approve. With regard to the enclosure piazzas, we have found a number of locations where we view them as precedent for trying to maintain something that was found throughout the lower peninsula. I previously had a project approved on 34 Lennox Street in 2020 that included enclosing piazza, but I will say it did not come all the way up to the street. It was set back from the street, but I know that the VAR in the past has allowed enclosing piazza space to some degree. So again, we were trying to come up with a design that looked appropriate and felt appropriate for lower peninsula.
Thank you. Public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I'll take the lead on this one. It was mentioned that this is a sister house. I believe it's one of 4. I counted them right. They're all identical except for 2 of them. At some point in their life, they've lost their piazzas. And with this being a sister, I think it's very important that it not be altered to the point of being distinguishable from the other sisters. That's one thing that we have to strongly keep in mind. I think that current proposal does seem to be pretty heavy-handed. It needs to be scaled back. The Gaza, I don't believe it should be enclosed any further. We just don't generally approve piazza enclosures in Charleston. All the precedents that were shown, I'm sure they're all very, very old enclosures that many of them likely happened before there was ever even VAR approved. Furthermore, what the little bit of the piazza that would be remaining if you close that portion is now proposed to be pretty much completely taken up by the new internal stairs to accommodate the lifting building. Opposed to the addition above the existing piazza, it just sort of swallows the original historic form of the small house. And as I said earlier, it's at odds with the other sisters. I'm not opposed to a second floor addition above the existing portions. I think that could work. Other things. I mentioned the stairs on the side. If there was any way those could go to the back, and I'm not sure if there can be. Variances have already been obtained. It would eliminate the additional mass visible from the street. The louvered panel, ground floor, I think they will help sort of softening level. But if they're going to be, I believe their intent is to look like their windows with closed shutters. They should also have an express sill appropriate window trim, that sort of stuff. Currently, although it's very, very small, it currently has a brick foundation. And be sort of a nice nod to the building's history if that brick was brought up, used instead of a stucco finish on that raised basement, so to speak. And it would also sort of give some nice needed texture along at the pedestrian level of the street. I believe the design item needs a style order for.
A couple more comments. I think I'm familiar with this area, having worked on 17 Trumbo, and grappled with the whole like how to get us up high enough, and that was before the flood maps changed. I think that by bringing it down to the DFE of 12, we're going to lose at least 4 steps, so that's going to help with some of that massing at the stairs at the back. It will also help with the porch itself, and I think that there needs to be some study, and I know we don't like to lift and move the house, but I almost would like to see it maybe studied to lift it and push it back just enough to add another step or 2 outside of the piazza screen, because then the door proportionally goes up a little bit more and you can maintain a better piazza screen, taking that all the way up, which is what is, in your precedence, is a little bit more successful in my opinion. I don't particularly, I think if you were to try to do the second floor piazza all the way across, enclosed piazza, it would need to be detailed more like a piazza, but that part of what works on those other precedents is that the piazza screen goes all the way up to the floor below. Right now, this just feels top heavier a little bit, just a little awkward. And I think if that piazza screen is going to go all the way up, the door would need to go up a little bit higher too. But that would involve pushing the house back, I don't know, a foot or 2, and that might not be allowed.
If it were the Four Sisters, I might willing to consider that.
True, because then it's going to take it away from that.
My office actually worked on 8 Trumbo before the maps changed. It was just the last meeting that we had one of our approvals extended. And I believe, to your point, Bill, I think we did go with brick because it has been a sensitive point and part of our policy to try to retain and echo the historic material of the foundation. So that makes sense. And I like your notion of vertically extending the existing infill. I think that would give them some room to work with, and I think it could be sensitively done. But since the history is so clear that the Four Sisters have always had 1-story piazzas, or originally had, and 2 of them have been lost, I think you're fortunate that you still have your 1-story piazza, and I think letting that go would be wrong, would not be preservation. And I agree with everyone that just going to the current DFE is it would reduce the number of stairs, and it would comply with our policy on the elevation. Love your idea of moving the back stairs to the back. I don't know if that's possible at this point. I don't know, but it would be nice not to see the back of those from the street because they'll be way up high and you'll see them.
I'd like to add, I think I agree with the bulk of what's been said, and lowering the house is going to help the stair situation. I agree with Laura, if there is some way to get a couple of rises on the outside, that helps even more. I would not support additional enclosure of the first floor porch. Second floor porch, because I believe it was originally a second floor.
Did you?
It wasn't, it was
one.
the Sanborn showed that. So it was a 2-story, but in my view, it was originally a 1-story
I
porch.
think they all have just 1 story.
Support. Heading the. Oh, they had 2 stories.
4 and 6 currently have, used to be original, one-story configurations. But if you can somehow prove that that's not the case, then
What did-
Do they all
change the calculation.
I think they all have two-story porches originally. I don't know. Two-story porches originally. And if they did, I would be in support. I think restoring the second floor porch would be fine, but I would not support an infill more than a little bit at the back. Because if it was two-story originally, and there seems to be some confusion, I'm certainly, if you admit that I could be confused. But if they were two-story, I think that's appropriate to restore the second floor porch, but I would not support anything but a very small infill at the back. And I agree about the comments about the foundation. If there's going to be some open space in the foundation, the underpinning needs to be a story distributed, not a horizontal beachy kind of limber. Beyond that, I mean, I would support a deferral for substantial restudy and then confirmation as to the authenticity of the second floor porch.
Sometimes they stand for a mess. I wanted to margin this. You can't always believe what you say.
So they make mistakes.
I do think it's worth mentioning that whatever's done on this house is going to drive what happens on the other sisters if they decide to go. So this one has to be gotten right. Because the others aren't going to have a choice other than to pretty much do it.
Well, suppose you could say that number 8 sort of set that tone, even though it was reviewed and approved before the maps changed.
Maybe we should look.
All right, so it sounds like we're heading for a motion for deferral for substantial restudy with staff comments. One, two, struggling with 3 because it talks about reducing the amount of piazza enclosure. We'll just do all the staff comments. Sounds good. And the board clarification not to exceed the actual DFE of 12 feet. And particular need to be added. We list board comments.
Within discussion. Okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor for deferral for substantial restudy with staff comments and board clarification on staff comment number 5, not to exceed DFE of 12 feet. Do I have a second to Julia's motion? I'll second. Fillmore?
Yea in favor.
Bills?
Yeah, in favor.
Julia?
Yea in favor.
Laura?
Yea in favor.
There was a majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item number 5 is 119, 121 Broad Street. Frankie, when you're ready, we'll give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
Excellent. 119 Broad Street is requesting final approval of hardscaping alteration. It is a category 2 in Charleston, circa 1803 in the Golden Historic District. The property's location on Broad Street. Site. Street. One more map showing the history of the structure.
turn it over to the applicant.
My name is Neil Stevenson. I'm the architect representing the owners of 119. Well, you've probably seen, well, most of us have seen this before. We currently, we have proposed this addition of the pool house, which that's been approved. And now we're just discussing the hardscape now. The landscaping's been approved. And it seems like the main kind of bone of contention here was the amount hardscape. And actually, I think in our last discussion here, I was asked to reduce the amount of hardscape, and then later on, the staff kind of, actually hardscape, it was non-pervious material. And so I thought, okay, that's great. We're gonna mostly replace most of this with pervious material anyway. But then it was made clear that really we were talking about the hardscape, and and it was really the hardscape of the parking area. And so that becomes a question of parking, and I think that there was a discussion of that there's too much parking here, because before this was really used as commercial space at Archdiocese offices for the street, and they required a bunch of parking. Now I've spent quite a bit of time at this property, and I can tell you right now that there's probably not enough parking. But with that said, I also did a study on what parking is there, and let me see, I can find the existing survey.
You're going backwards.
Currently the parking lot is paved not all the way from edge to edge, but pretty close. You can see the parking lot really. So right now, the parking goes all the way to the edges. There's some planting edge around the edge here, but driveway is altered a little bit, just here for maneuverability. We've added this little planting area that's not there now, and then we've removed these corners so that we can put some trees in here. And then there's quite a bit of effort to just come in with landscaping and just kind of create privacy between the neighbors and the owner. So I did the study here of how much hardscape is in this driveway compared to, or the parking area, compared to what's there now, and I actually found that we have a 100 square foot reduction. And that was from adding, or I should say taking away the hardscape here and here and here. And the balance of it winds up being pretty close. So, and just to add to that, this is going to all be all be pervious, so that if there's any flooding issues or anything, if that was something that was concerning anybody, there really has never been any flooding that we've known. Y'all know, and you guys
had flooding in our basement, but it was not related to anything running off of that property.
Sure.
My concern would be the pool.
Right. Yeah, and there's technology to do that. But that was the main point of what we were arguing, and I think that the argument, and not that I think that this is even the forum for this, because parking is a whole different, more of a zoning thing. We argued that from the distance from the street, you're not able to see anything. So, but just to answer the answer what I've been asked to do is to study and try to reduce the hardscape. I think that we've achieved that by a little. And I think that the other argument is that to reduce the amount of parking here, which is really what we're talking about, there are 3 residents on this property. There's a large one. There are 4 adults, 5 adults who have cars. There are 2 residents here. There's potentially 4 more cars there. So just starting off, there's 12 parking spaces here. This house as a constant is constantly making people here for the art, cleaning, soon the swimming pool, and just maintenance in general. It's a tremendous amount of traffic. All the parking on the street is metered parking, and I don't think anyone's going to want to have all the people who are maintaining this house parking on the street and bringing tools in and out. The neighbor to our east is undergoing a similar renovation. They share this entire back property line. They are converting that house into a residence. And they wrote a letter, which we submitted. I don't know if but I'd be happy to read it if you don't have it.
I do not have it, so if you could read it.
Okay. So these folks just moved into this house. It's a big house. But I think that this gives you an idea of some of the concerns that my clients have.
Can you read their name and address too?
Yes, it's Tina Rombo, Jan Rosenberg at 117 Broad Street. To the chairperson persons of the small VAR. My wife Nina and I reside at 117 Broad Street, our home immediately to the east of 119, 121 Broad Street, and we share a rather long property line. Like the owners of 119, 121 Broad, we are also in the process of restoring our property back into a home. For decades, neither of our homes were residences. Theirs served offices and later a school, ours a hotel. We are acutely aware of the difficulties encountered when transforming a property from a commercial use to a residential use. We further bring to the board's attention that our section of the Broad Street offers no residential on-street parking. It is metered and generally not available to our use. We've heard there have been requests to reduce the amount of the available parking on this large parcel. I believe it's a acre. There are 3 residences in 119, 121 Broad, a very large main house plus 2 rear units. Both properties face very real difficulties for parking for the owners and their service providers, housekeepers, landscapers, etc. Guests and visitors, we must provide sufficient parking within our properties. Living so close to the commercial portion of Broad and King Street puts unique burdens on our properties, typically of our immediate neighbors who do not. Such large structures, lots and gardens require constant maintenance. Please use your approval powers to preserve the parking and access at 119, 121 Broad Street and approve beautiful and of access that we have before you. Nina and I are most congratulate our neighbors on the beautiful restoration they have performed to 119, 121 Broad. We are looking forward to the board's approval for their application this evening so that they can begin the renovation and restoration of their garden and build a new beautiful pool house. We strongly and respectfully urge the board to approve this plan as submitted, which is how it has been shared with us. And I think that gives a pretty good indication. Like, we've got similar neighbors who are dealing with the same situation, and it's a real situation. So I hope that what has been presented convinces you that it's a real important, and I think that we have addressed what we've been asked to reduce the hearts.
And to answer the question, we didn't receive that till after the deadline, and it was sent directly to Tori, so we didn't have access to it.
Okay. Are there any questions for the applicant?
I have one. Neil, what's your stall length?
driveway is less than 9, it's like 8, but
I mean, the drive aisle in the park, I assume they're side loaded spaces with the drive aisle in them.
oh yeah, so we're, there'll be about 9 feet wide, 18 and a half feet.
So the depth, I'm trying to get a feel for how wide the area is. Normally you have parking spaces 18 feet long, 20 or 24
Right. Currently, it's very tightly packed, cars are perpendicular to the property line, and then on both sides with a less than 20-foot aisle.
So you're not trying for like commercial parking standards.
Right, it's about 50-foot wide, so it's far below what we, the 64 or 60 or something. That was required.
Are there details of the proposed hardscape, like for example, at the driveway? I'm just thinking this is
I
final,
dropped
right?
off some materials,
Construction details.
but
and-
no use manufactured record. Yes. Construction.
Questions? Speaking for the public? There were 2 written comments submitted. One from Lawrence Wetzel at 50 and a half Legree Street. I'm an abutting neighbor of the applicant. I appreciate the planned use of vegetation to soften the impact on our house and those of our neighbors of the new pool and pool house. However, the new pump house and some unknown adjacent structure has grown in size from the submission dated 10/31/2022. Vegetation to shield it from our houses has been minimized. We are also concerned that the vegetation around the perimeter of the property will be unable to thrive due to the unnecessary enlargement of an existing commercial parking lot. The existing lot has a border of natural turf and vegetation. We appreciate that the church needed such parking for its staff and visitors, but we do not understand why a private residence would need to enlarge it. It is inconsistent with the neighborhood character of the property. The increase in the parking lot comes at the expense of reducing the width of the virgin soils between the new paving and the existing walls. We are concerned that the space is too narrow to support the healthy growth in height and width of the plant Italian cypress trees or any other effective screening plan. We are especially concerned about the addition of new paving for a bump out on the south end of the west wall. It does not add any net new actual spaces, since it would be blocked by cars parked north to south in the adjacent spaces. We would encourage that the space remains unpaved and planted with screening vegetation. Another concern is that the planned vegetation west of the pool foot of the building will not be sufficient to minimize the impact of the building and the noise of the equipment. We see no plan for site lighting. As abutters, we have raised this issue before, as the existing lighting is bright white and yellow lights and blind us in our east-facing windows. Down lighting and the use of timers or motion sensors would be appropriate. The landscaping plan should show the site lighting plan. We recognize that the use of brick and block pavers will reduce the area of impervious surfaces, but we also know that over time, the cracks fill in. We remain concerned about the long-term performance of this surface when it fails. Where does the water go? We see nothing on the drawings to address drainage. We see no elevations in the drawings nor area drains to show that this issue is being addressed. We encourage the BAR to defer approval pending receipt of a landscaping plan that addresses these issues. We also have a written comment from Carrie Agnew at 52 Legree. I'm extremely disappointed to be unable to attend this meeting of the BAR, as my property at 52 Legree Street directly abuts the southwestern portion of the proposed hardscaped parking area. The scale of the parking area alone is vastly out of character with the residential nature of the neighborhood, the property in the neighborhood. I strongly urge that you not approve the submission for final approval. The current impermeable surface parked area was only added to the property when it was used as administrative offices for the church. It was only used during daylight hours. It is a commercial parking lot and certainly not reflective of the current single-family residential zoning. The proposed plan actually enlarges the parking area. The parking area is so large and so close to the historic masonry wall that I am concerned that no vegetative screening will be successful. This has been a major conversation point since the pool house plan was put in motion. We were told the neighbors would be buffered from the new structures with intensive plantings. While that may be the case on Broad Street, it is not the case on the south and west property lines where the neighboring houses such as I directly abut this area. For one single row of cypress trees directly against the brick wall separating our Green Street properties from that of the applicant is insufficient. I remain concerned that nothing will be able to grow successfully. This is extremely significant given the number of vehicles, as many as 15, the owners plan on utilizing a great deal, despite being zone as residential home. And as a reduction in the buffer from the previous submission, and there is minimal landscape buffering and pool equipment to muffle the noise. I urge you not to allow them to increase the already oversized parking area, but rather reduce it, and that you require ample space for vegetative buffers to be planted. Additionally, the plan continues to lack a description of landscape lighting, which is of utmost importance given the lighting in the pool and parking areas shine into the bedrooms of our homes. As a commercial parking lot, it was always dark at night. With the addition of the new garage shown on the eastern edge of the lot behind the main house, I continue to wonder why there is a need to have shown extended impermeable hardscape pavement. Used occasionally, certainly grass parking would suffice. Where will the runoff go? As immediate neighbors, these are the details that will have the biggest impact on our properties and quality of life. I strongly urge BAR members to defer this and require a reduction of parking area and further details on the lighting and stormwater plan. It is my sincere hope you can improve this plan so that it better reflects the character of a residential home in our historic community rather than that of an event venue or other commercial property. And that is our public comment. Frankie, if you give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Observation, we could not determine that the landscaping elements have been reduced from previous board direction. As dimensions have been provided. Applicant is to confirm that the turning radius of the driveway near the parking area is functional for a vehicle. As coming back to the board. That radius being too small. Staff recommendation is denial of hardscape based on previous board direction to reduce the amount of hardscape.
Do you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment and city staff comments and recommendations?
Yeah, I would actually. Thank you. So this is obviously so I think that the discussion of parking for one, I don't even know why we're discussing that. But I just wanted to mention that there was some discussion about drainage. There's actually a drain that goes to stormwater here. Also, the landscape architect that we hired, Joe Gessner, is very experienced landscape architect. He is the one who designed where all these trees are going to go. And I'm quite sure that he designed enough room for them to survive. This entire perimeter is going to be trees. And I can assure you, privacy is going to be quite significantly improved between properties. Once the landscaping is started, I'm sure that a lot of these things are going to, the pool house, we designed the pool house because of the neighbor, the complaining neighbor, and concern of the pool. The pool house is spray foamed on the inside, and it's, we're taking every precaution to make sure that the noise of the pool equipment, with other neighbors, as much as possible. But there is a row of trees all along the perimeter to help with that. So, what they're talking about, this increasing in size, the pool house increasing, and the pool equipment area is just as it was improved. Further, the parking area has not increased in size; it has decreased in size. And so, I'm not sure where that goes either. It also has, it's providing the opportunity to increase more landscaping in the future if it becomes a problem. I think right now, we've addressed all of the issues. Any more questions, I'd be happy to answer.
I have one question. Do you know the approximate height of the perimeter wall?
Top of my head, I think it's about 6'3", maybe 7.
All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll leave it to board discussion and a vote.
I'll start off with a few things. I wasn't here when this first came through. The privacy along the back of the lot that I think the letter referenced. We've got a 6-foot wall there, and we're planting a row of Italian cypress. That's a lot of screening. The beauty, speaking as the landscape architect, the beauty of Italian cypresses, they will grow in a very narrow space and they're incredibly tall. So I don't think there's going to be a problem with things like headlights shining in front. Honestly, and I know some of the board members may disagree, I don't have much of a problem with the parking area. It's tucked behind the pool house. It's got a very nice paving pattern, and there's still a lot of green space on this lot. So the parking doesn't really bother me. What does bother me about this is that this is in for final review, and there's not a single detail that we need hardscape work. Content-wise, this is a conceptual.
Well, I agree with you 100%. 100%. This owner bought a property with a giant paved area, perhaps on purpose, and is quality of that. And I don't think discussions about the size are really germane, not to mention the visibility, which is almost none in terms of our purview. I have no issue with it other than to ensure that it's actually constructed the way the conceptual design implies that it will be. And I think that requires some details, which I'm sure Joe could do.
Your statement, parking, there's 12 parking spaces there. I mean, it's a lot of parking, but it's not, and a 10 by 10 reduction from the original parking lot is, let's be honest, it's not much of a reduction. But I really don't have a serious issue the way it's set in the landscape with the parking. There's a lot of it, but it really doesn't bother me. Bill, what really bothers me is that there are no details. This is a complex landscape plan with a lot of hardscape. The intent is apparently to be pervious, but there are no details. There are no construction details. There are no drainage details. And I think that we need that before final approval for a property like this. So I think this is not a final approval. So I agree.
Does this have any level of approval already?
The previous motion was a preliminary approval of pool house, pool, pergola, equipment, structure, deferral of landscape, hardscape plan with a board comment, further refining of the pool. Final review of staff, by staff of structures, not landscaping.
Question, staff. Will lighting be a separate submittal? Landscape lighting?
It's usually part of final.
It is usually part of final, yes.
Yeah, there's nothing about lighting on this drawing.
So we're missing a lot of site.
Yeah.
Like I said, this is a beautiful landscape, beautiful hardscape. Totally Joe does wonderful work, but there are no details to support. I to sort of, if the board agrees to sort of resolve the issue of the parking, would we do a conceptual approval on the site?
Yes. Final review by staff. Look up to you.
But no, I want to see details come back to the board or something. But it's certainly not ready for final.
On the motion? So Bill, did you just make a motion? for
Yes.
conceptual?
My motion will be conceptual approval for the site design. That's basically it, you know?
Thank you, Bill, and thank you, Julia, for the second. I'll put the motion to a vote. Laura?
Yay in favor?
Go on.
Yay in favor.
Bill?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
In favor.
Chair votes majority and the motion passes. Okay, agenda item 6, 18 Greenhill Street. Frank, could you give us an introduction overview, please?
Preliminary approval of 2-story rear addition and 1-story covered porch is not surveyed. Or district. The property's location on Greenhill Street. Existing site photos of text of Greenhill. Showing the history of the structure.
This has been architect representing the owner of 18 Greenhill. This has been before us before, and it basically came down to, there's a few so the first item was we had proposed to change the Georgia Center, but because this then the yellow door here, we were asking for there, and also this house actually has 3 front doors. But we'll leave the front door on center, so I don't think that's really an issue. Next issue, one of the issues was originally I had designed the house with an addition on the back, and I did not drop the addition roof to make it subordinate, so that I undone that. The issues were really the addition was to be made more subordinate. They made so that they designed so that you could tell the difference between the addition and the main house. Of the addition were not to protrude past the existing house. The indents where the addition was brought in a little bit, moved to make them a little bit deeper. Then there's a few areas where there's stucco. There is exposed stucco that we were going to, there's exposed CMU, I'm sorry, that we were going to stucco and paint. And then there were some questions about detailing the rear porch, the proposed porch, so that it would be more the front porch. So anyway, that's basically what the new proposal is. We dropped in the roof. We've made sure that the eaves of the porch do not protrude past the existing house. We increased the inset of the addition so that it would be easier to tell the difference between the addition and the existing house. The existing house is actually sided with cementitious tile, and so the new addition is proposed to be siding. And before we had a single slope shed roof, and we've gone more with what you see in the front, which is a hip roof, which I like that more anyway. And then of course the stucco, We had that in the drawings before, it just got missed, but we were planning on stuccoing the exposed CMU and painting it kind of all together. But I think we addressed all the issues here. If there's any questions, please.
Any questions for the applicant?
I have one. Regarding the addition, the elevations call it a membrane roof, but your section calls it a standing seam.
Oh, in the, no, it's gonna be a standing seam metal roof for the addition. Yeah, okay, sorry, that's a translation issue.
Okay.
The porch.
And
The rear porch.
I'm a little bit disadvantaged with the previous one. Type of windows you can use for
May I submit this?
let's see, cuts or anything.
I don't recall offhand, but whatever the city wants us to do.
Well, that is new. They'll be new.
It'll be new, yes.
Yeah, I didn't.
And they would be probably insulated.
Similarly, the hardy plank siding, I'm not sure about the visibility of this, but is it still common policy to require the thicker siding
Oh,
for
we
the
did call
town?
it hardy plank, I'm sorry.
I think it's fine. I prefer the 5/8.
If it's truly not visible, and I don't know if it is, then I suppose we have for discussion.
A minimal visibility.
Yeah, we have no written public comment. Do we have anyone speaking from the public? Comments and recommendations, please.
We just had an observation that previous comments have been addressed and we were recommending final approval.
You were clarifying anything raised in the. Okay, public comment to the applicant's presentation is not closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I'd like that one, based on the drawings, I think it's progressed nicely. Really about the only comment I have is could the 6-inch setback on the one corner, I still want the setback on 6 feet, and 6 inches is pretty. Other than that, I also agree about the siding, should be the same.
I noticed some note about the chimney cap situation. Neil, can I ask you to address that? Was anything done?
Oh,
on that
yes,
front?
actually, there, we just pulled a chimney cap out of a catalog. We're really open to whatever. I know it's kind of raw right now, just what it is. That was not really in our original scope of work, but we're happy to put a chimney cap on it. It's a chimney.
Right, yeah, not really. I think it's good. I think they did what good.
My only thought is, like with the siding, I understand the standard of using the thicker siding, but with this being, you said it was a cementitious, like that old asphalt or asbestos type
Yeah.
siding.
With the wave in it.
Yeah, it seems almost like the hardy would be more in keeping and more appropriate than thick wood siding on that particular, in that case.
Oh, the drawing says it's cement siding
Yes,
on the addition.
yes. There was some discussion about should we go to the 5/8 versus the, so. Just one.
So maybe
There's
The-
not-
The shingles look really thin.
They have like no
No
profile.
Can't get those in hardy anymore, so, say if it's hardy, it's gonna be the thin stuff. There are other products that
You have to have a
provide.
product.
did the previous application indicate that you were gonna replace that with wood siding? It just looks like that. No?
the texture.
There was
that's
a
on the
5
drawing.
seconds of discussion that we were going to originally, but eventually decided that from the owner's standpoint, to keep the existing cementitious tile.
I agree with Bill's statement about it. It would be nice if the inside were the same one, I think, on both sides.
Yeah.
Instead of inches on one end,
See, that was
12
the
inches
previous
on the other.
proposal that I was looking at. What they suggested, but on the current proposal.
The back porch certainly looks improved dramatically.
Philosophically, I hear you on the 6 and 12, but really impact on our lives.
You mean, I don't care about
Their
the,
recess, I mean. Like,
oh, okay, sorry, I thought, I got,
So make a motion. Consensus on motion. So, okay, how about a motion for he provided there's like some wall section to comply with preliminary requirements. So preliminary approval with board. Let's to clarify proposed materials, including chimney cap and windows. And final review by staff.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for preliminary approval with the board comment to clarify the proposed materials, including the chimney cap and windows, and final review by staff. Do I have a second? The motion to a vote. Fillmore?
Yea in favor.
Laura?
yay in favor.
Julia?
In favor.
Chair votes majority, and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 7 is 67 Anson Street. Frankie, can you give us an introduction and overview of the project, please?
Okay, 67 Anson Street is requesting approval to repair structure with a 14 mortar mix masonry cement and to apply a kind sealant water. Category 2 in Anson Borough, circa 1836 in the Oldham Historic District. This is Breeze location on Anson Street. Some existing site photos. Context of Anson Street. A map showing the history of the structure. The architecture inventory photo from 1973. Turn it over to Alex.
My name is Kyle Taylor. I'm GC, I represent 60 Research. Repair, basically repair. It was suggested that we hire a structural engineer, which we have, and social tracks that are along the building. We're not doing any structural repairs. We've identified 14 locations around the building. And this, what we're proposing is Holcomb material that we're planning to use to surface the cracks, faces in the cracks. Have color samples that matches the existing building, and we would like to also suggested that we engineer have also submitted instructions on how we should repair it. But phases, and as I mentioned, the walls, we plan to put a kind sealer, which is a repellent. So we have paint filling on the interior, we send the church, sorry. And so this particular kind sealant that we're looking at using for the building debris, so that will not keep moisture to the walls. Feel like we get a warranty on the building if we were 20 part, 1 to 20 part sealant on paint that we selected. And so that would allow us to have a 10-year warranty with the kind of product. If we take that one and send it to the sealant, so that kind has been known for been around 140 years.
Are there any questions for the applicant?
Is this stucco over?
It's over brick.
Questions. What is the current stuff? Is it natural cement? Is it a lime base? Is it Portland?
Right now, it's a lime base.
It's a lime base. I think that what you proposed is a Portland base, even at type N, it's still a Portland base stuff. Correct.
Correct.
Looking at the photos, and I did go by and look at the building today. I agree with you. I think I didn't, couldn't test it or anything, but I think the stucco on the building is either natural cement or lime base stucco, and it's probably original or very early on the building. There are some pretty good cracks, particularly out of the windows and in areas above the windows. But probably, and I agree with the structural engineer, I don't think there's significant differential settlement or anything going on. But when you get into opening those up, you're probably going to find some broken brick. If you have a plan to replace broken brick or to do any stitching, as your structural engineer provide any details for what you, or if you're just going to deal with that when you find it, if you find it. You might not. But looking at like there are a few photos I looked at them blown up. I think you're likely to find that you do have a little bit of masonry repair. Masonry repair is there. So and the kind is it tinted or is it clear?
It's going to be tinted. So the 1.2 is part is the least amount of tint that we can go with the warranty. So the reason that is kind of transparent, it's just a slight tint that goes onto the sealer, and it's matching the color of the building.
I think at some point in its life, that building may have had some paint on it, but it's fundamentally gone at this point, and so for a long time, it's probably been fundamentally unpainted. It looked like there may have been sort of a brownish little tint to it at some point in its life. It's currently fundamentally not painted. So, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Right, thank you.
We have no written public comment. Do we have anyone speaking to the public?
Megan Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We appreciate this church's stewardship of its historic building and efforts to address exterior masonry issues. This application made it challenging to understand the of the current stucco finish. We do appreciate the information that was provided in the presentation and understanding that this is a line-based stucco. We are concerned about the proposal to make repairs with Portland-based cement. So we just ask the board to take this into consideration in determining the most sensitive product
Charleston Foundation, we reviewed the application to repair the stucco at St. Stephen's Cathedral Church in Hanson. Concerns about the submitted documentation to the first. The specifications call for a type O mortar, but the product literature describes the type N mortar as reflected as the softest option available on this line. The specifications also call for 4x4 sample panel for review by the VAR staff. Due to the importance of this historic church, we recommend deferral so that mortar analysis can be performed. The panel can be submitted and reviewed by VAR to confirm that the color, aggregate, and finish matches the existing historic stucco.
Speaking to the public? All right. Well, if you could give us some staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, I know the Secretary of Interior standard about buying paint or coating, which was primarily why we were bringing this item to the board, especially since it is a category 2 structure and staff was not very familiar with the two products that were being proposed. We have comment, if a coating was to be used, it should be clear without sheen, and staff would be willing to check a sample of it on a non-visible portion of the structure. That repairs should be historically appropriate mortar mix, and we would have recommended maybe a mortar analysis to make sure that you're not providing incompatible material. Our recommendation was mostly based on my conversation with Gilmore about the two materials. So I will sort of tentatively say our recommendation is deferral for additional information. But I will slightly leave that for more for your knowledge.
So you.
I don't disagree with what the staff said. I think it's wonderful that they're taking care of this building. I think they're very conscientious. And I just think that there's not quite enough.
We're gonna let him respond.
No,
you're. Would the applicant like to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comments, the staff comments, recommendations?
Just that the engineer did recommend it was a 4x4 sample.
And I remember that was something that we spoke about too.
And so we did plan to do that.
We use a ratio of 5:3:1, which would be 5%.
And that brings the end down to another.
All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Like I said, appreciate the fact that I think that you're taking care of this great building and very significant, culturally very significant building. I do think that the stucco repair needs to be done. Probably would require analysis. So I think that you probably should get stucco analysis done and then match to that. And I think you'll probably find that even the typo is probably not going to be exactly what you want. And paint, I think the building at some point hadn't been painted. I mean, if it's been fundamentally unpainted for a long time. Kind is a good product. If I were going to paint that building, I would paint it with kind or bead. And so they're doing it. The product is great. It's just whether the board and staff think that it should be left without color, or it's been without color long enough now for that to be the appropriate take on it. I think if it is going to be colored, I think that there needs to be some research done to try to figure out maybe what it might have been painted, what color it might have been painted before.
There seems to be some color up near the top of the building.
Yeah, there is a little bit of color on it. I'm terrible with,
Some sort.
I'm terrible with colors, so. And of course, the color matching stuff. They need to do a sample.
The samples.
I think deferral is appropriate, but I think it's just so that they can get a little bit of additional information in it.
It's just, I'm kind of rusty on this. Do you have a policy statement about painted stuff?
We actually do not, and,
Always.
we've always just recommended against based on Secretary of Interior standards. And actually Fillmore and I have been talking about sort of creating a guideline for when it is and is not appropriate to paint or coat brick. Sort of what ages we do and what products we use, so, I'm just trying to find time to do that.
It's just that the building's developed a beautiful
And part of this too, and if you paint it, it's gonna use that patina, and you could accomplish the same thing. You can, with a clear, I know Beacon makes one, it's the same basic stuff as Kime. Kime probably makes one that is clear. It gives you the same protection, it gives you, it makes the building resist water, but pass water vapor. So you get the same. And again, it's, I know Beacon makes one that's, you really can't tell it's there.
Doesn't provide you UV, but clear.
That is, I believe that is correct. And you don't get the warranty with it, but it's about the same. But they don't do that because of UV. It doesn't last quite as long as the tinted material.
Maybe a sample of minimally tinted, maybe a sample would inform.
Yeah.
That would be okay.
Yeah, we need the sample. I think with the deferral for the additional material, but also the sample at the same time.
So did you make a motion for deferral, Susan, or you said for additional information in a sample?
Based on Fillmore's comments. And the sample. Which they said they were gonna provide, but I think it needs to be part of the.
Staff comments are good, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
So
and staff
motion
comments.
Floor for deferral for additional information and a sample with staff comments. Do I have a second to Laura's motion?
I'll say.
Into a vote. Julia?
Board or you checked by staff? You think, I don't know if you by staff with a sample would be okay? Knowing that she has your number?
Yeah, with mortar analysis sample. Yeah.
Did you want to amend your motion with final review by staff?
We'll review by staff with mortar analysis and a sample.
I practically have Fillmore to do that.
I'm not colorblind, but I can't see that.
Final review by staff and a mortar analysis. Oh wait, those staff comments. That's in there, so
Okay,
just
never
final
mind.
review by staff. We have a revised motion on the floor for deferral for additional information and a sample with staff comments and final review by staff. Fillmore, you are still a second to that revised motion.
That's the example that we brought today.
Sure. Yes.
For fun.
I'm totally in favor of that motion.
You're in favor. Motion will change. Go ahead and vote on the motion.
So which is
Would you need to be again?
That was,
Deferral for-
It's a deferral for additional information and sample.
Is that the stuff
And
that-
final review by
that's the
staff.
stuff.
Of course, when you get an analysis, your color's gonna change.
I'll change the motion, so I'm gonna go ahead and Julia was in favor. Bill?
yeah.
Laura?
Yay in favor.
Fillmore?
Be in favor.
Three votes to the majority. Majority of the motion passes unanimously. And again, you'll be able to go to staff to get the final approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Becky, when you're ready, you're on agenda item number 8, 92 Smith Street. Give us an introduction, overview of the project, please.
It is requesting approval for 16 Charleston microinverters. It is a category 4 in Charleston Village, serving maintenance and use in the old and historic district. Property's location on Smith Street. Some existing site photos. Next to Smith Street. Showing the history of the structure. For 1973. So there's the applicants.
Is there one?
I believe is the applicant. Yeah, okay. I was under the impression that Mr. Schwartz was here today.
What do you do if there's not an applicant?
We just defer to the end, and then if they don't show up, because if we were denied, they would not have a chance to respond. Okay, so I'll make a motion to defer to the end of the meeting. Thank you, Bill. All in favor, say aye.
Hi.
Opposed, motion passes unanimously. Agenda item number 9 is 52 Lawrence Street.
To Lawrence Street is requesting approval for a new iron pedestrian gate. It is a category 2 in Ansonboro, pre-1888 in Old and Historic District. This is the property location on Lawrence. Existing site photos. Context of Lawrence Street. And more map showing the history of the structure. Architectural inventory from 1970. I will turn it over to the applicant.
I actually didn't see a picture of the gate that you proposed. We just purchased the property about a month ago, and I've never done this before, so the first thing we looked at when we got to the property was the gates hanging off its hinges. To get it even in and out, so I walked up and down the street and said, "Ooh, I want an iron gate," but I guess it's a little more complicated than that, and so I proposed, I ran over here and said, "Hey, what do you think of this?" And I think from what I've heard over the last 2 weeks that they don't allow, or it's not recommended to put iron gate on a wooden fence. Here I am fighting against what I want, but I'm still asking. I thought maybe I'd go ahead and give myself a try, even though I just told you what I shouldn't be asking. I don't know how to do this. But I still would love to have an iron gate in front of 52 Lawrence. We've got a lot of work to do over there, and it's going to take a long time, but we're starting at the very front, and not sure what I would do with that gate if we didn't put an iron gate on there. It's historic. It's just kind of patched together, and it's hanging off its hinges, and we've been going in and out of it for 4 weeks now, and so
Any questions for the applicant?
I assume this is wrong.
yes, that's raw iron. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. McCarthy. Right, we had no written public comment. Do we have anyone speaking to the public?
I don't really have to start Charleston County to comment. It would be better if a wood gate was proposed with a wood fence, and there are no examples of beautiful wood gates. That would fit the style of your fence, so, for all purposes.
I'm in here with the Preservation Society. Design with other examples in the neighborhood, but we would suggest continued study for something more compatible.
Okay. Frankie, if you give us these staff comments and recommendations, please.
I just got an observation that metal gate and the wood fence is not appropriate as it is a combination of materials and would make for an atypical and inconsistent edge to the street. So the staff recommendations for denial.
Thank you, Frankie. And Ms. McCarthy, you have the opportunity to respond to anything, right? Public comment or staff comments.
So if I were to propose another gate, since I don't have, or I can't go back and repair this one since it's not something that we would want in the first place, nor would you guys, my next step would be to just submit another wooden gate that might be appropriate, that around the same height as the fence.
And the wooden gate we could review within the permit because it would be a repair.
Okay, oh, great, okay.
And I might encourage you to speak to the preservation groups about what they might suggest.
All right.
And they're always happy to meet with them.
Okay.
Very nice. The comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Yeah, I think your gate's beautiful, but I do agree that it's a little odd to have a wrought iron gate with a wooden fence.
Yeah, well, once someone told me that, or I think it was a told me, I was just like, embarrassing. Okay, yeah, I can see that now.
I really appreciate your respectful candor, and congratulations on your house. It's really lovely.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Does anyone have knowledge of the age of the fence that exists? Yeah.
And the fence itself is a guilty look.
Right.
Yeah.
It's,
And then she has working on some permits to repair other things in kind, including the fence.
yeah, I would, instead of spending your own money on a nice wrought iron gate.
Fence,
Make a
yeah,
fence
we're,
replacement, 'cause
yeah,
it's in pretty
I've
rough
had
shape.
contractors come out and just scratch their head, they all walk away, they're like,
I don't think you can patch it up very successfully.
Yeah.
It looks like it's a goner.
yeah, I know, it's rough, it's really rough.
Well, I haven't given this a whole lot of thought, but would any of you entertain the thought of replacing the fence entirely? I just don't know about the history of it, replacing it with iron, yeah. So that would be an option to replace all of it with iron, I suppose, in theory.
But that would have to
Would
come
you
back
be
to you guys as
Yeah.
a change of material.
Would you be able to change the fence to an iron fence?
Possibly,
Would you
I
have
think
to,
so.
since there's no history on the fence?
That's
Or
what I
no
think.
fence?
Or no fence?
Okay. Well, it's a lot to think about.
And I will say, I appreciate that you came and you presented, just being here a month, because I know it's nerve-wracking to present, and I've done this plenty of times, so thank you for coming, and we appreciate it.
I was watching all the, everything presented before me, I was like, oh, my lives ruined.
All right, so I guess, I'll go ahead and make a motion for respectful denial.
We have a motion on the floor to say denial. Speak with respect. Right, denial.
I
Do I have
second the respectful part and the denial.
All right, we have a second to Julia's motion. Thank you. Put the motion to a vote. Bill?
Yeah.
Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Julia?
James, favor.
Laura? Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. McCarthy.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item number 10 is 29 State Street. Frankie, please provide an introduction and overview of the project.
He's not ready to sign. Every motion Julie makes.
Well,
She was the key.
29 State Street is requesting conceptual approval for alterations to previously approved windows, altering light pattern, and size. Category 3 in the French Quarter, circa 1813, old and historic district. This is the property's location on State Street. Listing site photos. State Street. Showing the history of the structure. Picture inventory from 1973.
Evening, I'm Ross Ritchie with Loyal Architects. This is a revision for previously approved permitted design. Again, the main goal of this project was to restore and secure the existing structure. So during selective demo and kind of looking at one thing, as always, you kind of have to restudy a few things. We have what extra walls needed repointing, and it's always something. But we came upon the windows that have been previously approved to be repaired, replaced in kind through black light, and but over further scrutiny, we kind of found that there's just a lot of extra trim around the windows. Interior, there's a lot of furring, and it's just we're replacing windows. Well, we'd like them to get back to a more appropriate size to the masonry openings. We're not changing the masonry opening. It's just the trim of the sides rather than a big spacious trim. It's more appropriate to the average size trim. All the and then for the currently the 808, which is kind of a frequent replacement, go-to replacement window in the middle of the 20th century, and really studying that opening in particular, and especially in the surrounding neighborhoods and the light pattern of the existing 9/9 windows. I guess as you've seen on 43 today, which we've shown, there was 12/12 windows that end up getting replaced with additional trim that ended up being 8/8. So there's this, you see this around town, that the 8/8 was a replacement window. So we're just proposing 15/15 windows since it was a larger size opening, and the ratio of lights all kind of match up with the 9/9 lights. So it's appropriate and more of a restoring the house to what it is. And 95 Broad was a kind of example of that. Surprising, there's little documentation on this old structure, but what we found is kind of a very simple structure, live bakery structure. So we kind of want to bring back a little bit of the essence of some of the little minor detail changes with doing the shutters as a flat panel beaded rather than a raised, just something a little more simple to speak more to the structure. And the same thing with the front door, kind of getting rid of insiders. Trim on top of trim, you can just see where things have been packed out, but they got a standard size door over time, and we'd like to go back to the original masonry size opening with accurate trim. End game is restoration, the client is pursuing tax credits and looking to donate an easement, so it's a lot of repair work.
My local members have any questions for the applicant?
But you're pretty, obviously the windows actually, and you're pretty certain that it's too.
You have a sense of when that alteration happens, like how old?
Yeah, the last of these interior renovations were probably in the 60s. the amount of additional furring inside is just very.
Any questions? We have no written public comment. Do we have anyone speaking from the public? You'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, staff has noted on some documentation that we saw that the window trim has pegged at the corners and appeared if not, to be historic if not original to the structure. There was no markings on the stucco or the building itself to indicate that the window size had been altered or reduced. Staff comment, no historic documentation of the structure for the change in light pattern has been provided. So if choosing to pursue, we want to have provided historical information relating to the age of the existing window and light pattern changes. Staff recommendation is denial of staff commission.
Did the applicant want to respond to or clarify anything raised in city staff comments?
So, the special tanks, and there are kind of small markings in the corner, but they're, we kind of just kind of been sealed up and at the locations of where the shutter hardware would have been, and there's additional shutter hardware, a couple, we go to one of the images, where the shutters on that. And we did a scour, lots of books and archives trying to find, for some reason, it does not have it. The 808, again, is, something from the 20th century. Something that's scaled properly, and just seeing that we have a 12 and how that would look like. But again, the locations of where the this is on trim is where the shutter arm is located. See kind of where the shutter dogs, the where shutters there. And a lot of the trim, actually, when we kind of scraped off the paint, is very smooth. Not.
Since you're there, can I ask another question? How, if you were to do what you want to do, how would it affect the shutter hardware? It would be a different type at that point, and different size and.
Yeah, they just, instead of, right now, there's lots of examples of the brick mold that's a 2-inch, and then we attach the shutter hardware to that rather than just a 4-inch face. But yeah, again, we, looked and asked and requested for any photos of this, but it's just, the delivery, scale-wise, just doesn't really, first off, doesn't match up with the existing window size and was something that.
Thank you. All right, public comments and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I went by there today and looked at the first floor windows on the front. I disagree about the width of the trim. 4-inch trim with a bead is common in the late 18th century. I'd say common. I've seen it often late 18th century, early 19th. It's usually the result of gunstock windows that are built as a unit. In other words, you have a great big thick jamb swing piece. Floors contain pegged at the top. The bead is cut into the jamb, so there is no casing. It's just the window jamb. This is common on that style. Windows, I've seen a lot of it that's exactly 4 inches wide. I measured this, it's exactly 4 inches wide. The big window on the left-hand side has been modified. It does have a casing overlay on it. The jamb has been changed. It's probably not original. The one on I mean, on the left-hand side, the one on the right-hand side, I believe the jamb is solid, and you can see the pegs in the top. So I think it's probably, if not original, a lot of the sash have been replaced, and even some aluminum jamb liners added to the original or the early jambs, and to accommodate replacement sash. My instinct is, and looking at those openings, my instinct is that those are the original openings. Now, I couldn't do it, sort of in-depth, demolition to determine that, but from my observations at street level on those two windows, that those openings are probably original in that trim size. The door that's not as very early is probably original. So I do not think there is enough evidence presented here to make a wholesale adjustment in the windows. I didn't, couldn't go all the way around the building, so I only looked at the windows on the front. They're all the same. So I don't think there's enough evidence here. I mean, I would have to see something more substantial before I would support a change of that magnitude, because that's going to affect the masonry size of the openings.
How would it affect the masonry?
Or they're just going to put bigger sashes.
Bigger sashes, that's what they want to do. Yeah.
So it's not going to affect the masonry opening, but it's going to affect the size of the windows. And if that jamb is original or early, that means that sash size is more appropriate. So I don't think there's enough here for me to say that that's an appropriate change.
How do you figure out if they're original?
You have to take them apart.
Like you have to take the window out so you can see if it's solid, if it's that gun stop jam that you were talking about.
You have to get it taken apart. I just don't think there's enough evidence to warrant change like that.
That an example of
20 kitchen building at 22 Lambeau is exactly the same. And it's late 18th century, and it has exactly the same window configuration, same size trim.
And did you example provided of 43 East Bay? Did you see the example that they provided? 43 East Bay. Apparently it appears, and I did not study this in person, but it appears to have the same trim conditions as 29 State, but then the earlier photograph shows the larger sashes. Kind of compelling. It would be super compelling if this was the actual house that we're talking about, but that's not.
So Frankie, the previously approved windows were to repair or replace in kind as is, sashes as is. I can scroll back.
This top right image was the previously approved.
And that was just a staff review, or did I miss it?
I believe it was a staff review, I can't remember.
And I'm not looking at the light patterns of the windows.
Openings.
At the openings, yeah. I mean, I'm not making a comment about the light patterns of the windows.
But you did see 43, because 43 appears to have done what they're contending that 29 State has done. You saw that.
I just don't think, and they could be right, I just don't think there's enough evidence here. And certainly there's evidence that the large window to the left has been altered. And so
15 light.
But it matches the one to the right. The one to the right, to me, I suspect that jam is early. And the size doesn't, like I said, that I see that size in very, very old windows. Uncommon, I also see narrow ones, but I see that size. In fact, what popped into my head was I just did that kind of research on a building on Lambeau.
Would
And the windows windows are made like these windows, they're original, solid jams, 3-piece, 4-piece jams.
Would it make any sense or be time well spent to do a site visit and?
I think so.
Yeah.
Would it make sense?
I'm certainly open to being convinced otherwise. I just don't see enough evidence. It's not that, I'm not convinced, it's just that I don't think there's enough evidence presented.
Gotcha.
Not for me.
Or can we split it apart and, because they've also got the light pattern, going from the 8/8 to 15/15,
Yeah,
and
on
the
the
shutters.
large window.
Right. The other thing I noticed when you go to the narrower jamb, the big window shutters start to overlap the door casing and jamb. It's minor, but it works better in that original configuration. I don't have any problem with the changes to the light pattern or the shutters. But I defer to Fillmore on the jam and his past experience in the history there.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't,
If there's no
we
evidence.
obviously haven't, can't do that's okay, but so what concerns me is it just, I don't see enough evidence.
Fine, also like the change out of the fixture above the door and the modification to the gate was fine. They were doing a little bit of an upgrade to the dormers, above panel, all that's fine. I'm just unsure and defer to Fillmore, the expertise on this, and maybe it's like visited and we're satisfied with the casing.
So that's really the only issue that you would bring it to the board for, right? The windows?
It came in as a revision to the staff review, and staff didn't feel comfortable approving it, so.
We don't need to worry about that. Light fixtures.
No, we had no issue with any of that, or with the alterations to the dormer or the gate.
Seeing more evidence for the change in the window size.
Are we okay with the light track change?
The sash in that window, in that big window, have been changed.
Can I ask the applicant, are you guys cool with the idea of a site visit to kind of further explore the notion of enlarging the windows themselves?
Yeah, I mean, those casings have only 2 layers of paint on them, and they were clearly cut by machine. So I think once we take a look, have fun with that.
So how about a motion for deferral to allow for a site visit?
I have a motion on the floor for deferral to allow for a site visit. Do I have a second to Julie's motion?
Second.
Laura?
Yay in favor?
Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Julia?
In favor.
Bill?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. We're going to take a 10-minute break, which will convene 7:24.
On 4th there is not here, but the one that's fifth is almost across the street. Cool with that. It's pretty much across the street from on 4th.
You're right, that would be helpful, but make it all work. Exactly. So the goal. There was a fireplace that got removed inside the 60s. Yeah, yeah, just, you know, like the kitchen was completely different design when we did it. So everything we're doing is like in the spirit of like, do you know what I mean? But then we took off our lunch break. So we took the floorboard.
Well, just the sun.
No, I know the answer. I know. I know. I was like thinking window, I was like, oh, imagine. April's in it. April's not in that space right now. She's extremely focused on the conversation. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, I think so, yeah, we'll just get really aggressive and detailed on it. Just letting you know. Yes. Yeah, no, I mean, I get that, I just think. All, then, you know, at the best point of all, just being a team, like.
Okay, agenda item number 11, 14 Colonial Drive has been withdrawn by the applicant. We are on agenda item number 12, 82 Murray Boulevard. View of the project, please.
82 Murray is requesting approval to paint existing brick veneer. It is not surveyed in Charlestown, surveyed in 1965 in the Old Historic District.
Oh. Yeah, can you, one? Yeah. You can go on, right?
Yeah, this is the one. I'll come get you. Great. This is the property's location on Murray Boulevard. Existing site photos. Next up, Murray. Sandboard map showing lack of structure in 1955. Go to the applicant.
Well, that's on the architect on the front there. And the house was built in 1965. And it's windows. And and some of the window shapes are changing, some of the sizes are changing. So we would have to patch with the existing brick. We can't find it, but besides that, it's really not an attractive brick, and the detailing. They have like soldier core jack arches to stop before they get the window. In some cases, they're doubled and half, and it's like they almost did it with the thought of painting or barging, but never did it. So the only thing I come up with is that if we could do a wash on it or a paint on it, we can kind of hide the back stuff. All we're asking. And we don't have a color yet. We just want to know that we can go and try some colors on the brick with our client if they want to see some things the other day.
So the windows are blocked.
Oh, they haven't yet. The windows are ordered. They're coming in like about a month.
I was looking at that very thing when I went to the house, and it looked like someone could put new windows in and that shop would cover it.
Yeah, that window is a new window. I'm not sure when. It's just a fixed glass window.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Yeah.
I was scratching my head.
I know.
Yeah.
So we're putting all double ones in. They're about a month out. But see that, and there's some worse ones too. So I told the client, look, short of tearing it down, we paint it, it'll subside, it'll go away a little bit. So that's what.
Any questions for the applicant? Okay, we had no written public comments. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
In Charleston, per the Secretary of the Interior's standards for the treatment of historic properties, historically unfinished material should remain unfinished. This house is technically at an age deemed historic and will continue to gain significance, and red brick material is characteristic of the colonial revival style development that we see on this block. Thus, we're not supportive of the proposal to paint the exterior brick, just in keeping with our traditional stance on an application of this kind.
The city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Also, for referencing the Secretary of Interior standards, though we do have a comment that while we typically don't approve the painting of brick that is historically unpainted, the current brick is modern and thus has some mismatched areas. Based on the age of the structure, the brick would not be damaged by painting a more historic brick look. Staff recommendation is for approval.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Wallace, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment and city staff comments and recommendations? Public comments, the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Yeah, I'm not normally in favor of painting brick, but going out there, there's some pretty screwed up areas on the building. Not just the one that he showed in the photo, but I found others. And I guess if they're going to be doing even more window replacements, we'll probably end up with even more patchwork. So, yeah, this particular brick, it is commonly found on houses of this era, but it's not a particularly unique or special brick. And for that, coupled with the patch jobs, I'm fine.
Interesting that you asked earlier about the painting stucco and talked about a potential policy statement, because I had the same question about this. Just because there's been so many different.
Well, actually, when the morning we were talking about it, it had to do with the house next door. It has been approved for a lime wash.
The one that's a natural brick to the left.
Yes.
Does that have to do with the age of the brick though? I think in general.
I think that one also had to do with the age and the conditions, and there was patching there as well.
Yeah.
Which was when we started saying it would be helpful if we had just sort of a guideline for staff on with a certain age of brick, if there are patches and things like that, that would be something that staff could approve and wouldn't have to come to the board. So sort of making it.
Or even fines for us for that.
Seems like
Just
anything
to
before
be
the
consistent.
1940s, the board definitely is like absolutely not no approval. And now the board is.
Even with this one, I would be opposed to paint if they want carpet patch. You're just never gonna make those patches look good.
Yeah.
General opposition.
Basically, I agree with Phil in concept here that it's the photos, look at the house, and there's a lot of bad brickwork on it. That would certainly be mitigated by a paint job. We have relatively consistently, not completely consistently based on individual conditions, resisted painting structures, particularly ones that were, say, older than the 1950s and into the 40s, which were clearly never intended to be painted, and sort of this kind of appearance. When I looked at this, I struggled with it because my instinct is no, you shouldn't paint it. It is 1965. It's technically historic, but we just don't have good standards or good guidelines for dealing with this. And so this is one of those things, as much as I hate to say it, that sort of is really on a case by case, because we just don't have any other way to make the decision. And this house would probably, appearance-wise, would benefit from being painted, not because it should have been painted to begin with if the brickwork had been appropriate, but just because the brickwork now is in the case is pretty unsightly. That it would probably help to paint it now. I'm still a little up in the air about it. I just have really having difficulty making a decision about this one because my strong instinct is that we should follow the standards and paint houses that were brick houses that are now historic that weren't intended to. Like Bill, I wonder if this house was intended. I mean, I can't believe that a lot of this brickwork was not after the fact.
It's after the fact. It's definitely.
Because I just can't believe this house was this is a pretty nice house. I can't believe it was actually built like this
There's just
initially.
been a lot of change over time.
Yeah, it's had change over time.
2007,
The change
there was a
over
big
time was
window.
reflected in the fact that the brickwork is not very attractive.
That was the bad brickwork on the one that was not done when they went into.
And I don't doubt that it would be very difficult to match this brick. I mean, yeah, in 1965, you might get lucky and match it, but I mean, there's no guarantee that you're going to actually match this brick.
I think with some decisions, we point them out as there's something special about the house, so it's not precedent setting, and this would be one of those where we have mismatched brick that it sounds as though you're not going to be able to make this look good without painting it.
If you actually could find the brick, which is obviously a question that is not by any chance certain you could actually find this brick that would actually match.
Mm-hmm.
You could fix it with a good mason could fix it. It would be, it would take a lot of work, but you could fix it, make the house look right as brick. But there's no indication that you could actually find this brick, and I think they may have looked at find it. So, that's speculation. I don't think you could.
Were you able to find the brick?
No, Russ Cooper is the contractor, and he has told me how he cannot find it.
I do not doubt that.
And that was also to be the problem with the piers. That was also to be the problem with the CMU piers, covering those.
Well, that's a new pier.
But your intent was to cover those.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Is the brick at that front step and the front porch the same as the rest of the house, or is it different? It's hard to tell.
It's hard to tell too. I don't think it's the same, but it's also not. We're missing a lot of those bricks. The front steps, a lot of them falling off. The both side wall. building area is landscape architect. That's what I'm doing.
Would be in favor in this one of painting.
Well, I'll make a motion for approval of painting the brick, based on the condition of previous patchwork.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for approval of painting the brick based upon the condition of previous patchwork. Do I have a second to Bill's motion?
Can I ask a question real quick? Do we need to include that they can't, something about not being able to find the brick? I'm thinking about precedents and like further down the line.
Condition of previous patchwork and inability. Okay, so I have a revised motion on the floor for approval of painting the brick based upon the condition of the previous patchwork and the inability to find a suitable match.
I'll second that one.
Laura? Fillmore? Bill? Laura?
Yay, in favor.
Chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, agenda item number 13 is 14 Logan Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction and overview, please.
Logan is requesting conceptual approval for alteration to roof slope and fenestration and rear addition. It is a category 4 in Charleston, 1970 in the Fulton Historic District. This property's location on Logan Street. What is context of Logan? Showing the history of the structure. What happened?
And I am presenting a design for 14 Logan, which is mainly an interior renovation. There are a few exterior proposed changes with some minimal visibility from the street, which is why we're discussing it tonight. Okay, so this Sanborn map, I think we might have even an earlier one. The kitchen house is the area that we'll be focused on tonight. The kitchen house is original to the property. In the 1883 map, it's labeled kitchen. It's labeled as wood frame, 1-story, open below. And then there's a little hyphen connection, so it was always attached to the primary structure. And chasing down all the leads for the, researching the house, trying to dig up some historic photos for you guys, I've come up short. There's 2 Post and Courier articles mentioning when the house was featured on architectural tours, in which case they reference a 1972 restoration of the main house. And then again in 1985, there's a reference to the kitchen house being restored in 1981. So that's the only frame of reference I have for you all. There's nothing in the permit file with the city or the records management division. I couldn't find anything regarding the permits dating for those. And then if we for the next sheet. Okay, so first 2 images, front elevation and visibility down the side piazza. Beautiful historic home, really lovingly maintained. Here you can see a rear addition stacked over that original hyphen.
And then this image is a good broad elevation of the original kitchen house. Oddities, there are several. One, it's covered currently by a single shed roof with a parapet on the north end that you can't see, and then a parapet end along the east side. That's not very typical. Additionally, there's some strange column and pier relationships. The next three photos articulate that. You can see that the columns aren't sitting centered over those piers. Additionally, those piers are CMU block, and then the foundation has been infilled with CMU block as well. So, these are characteristics that are not original to that house. The middle bottom row shows the rear elevation, that parapet end. This next image is a very strange one to me. The chimney in the kitchen house is significantly taller than what we would be accustomed to seeing relative to the roof line. And if you zoom in, hopefully your photo quality is a little bit, you can't really see it here, but the first several courses indicate a different brick material and mortar composition than like the last 4/5 of this. So I do think that chimney's been rebuilt over time. Again, I can't pinpoint the date. And in trying to gather a little more evidence, I was able to get access to the house on Monday, where I caught Bill doing some light trespassing next door. I was able to get upstairs and look down at this roof, in which I provided staff with a photograph and then Anna Carroll as well. What I found is it is standing seam metal above there, but it spans the entire length of both the heated square footage and the porch. So I can't tell you the age, but the fact that those are full length panels does indicate some newer construction capabilities. Fillmore, you probably have a date in mind. And then the last two images just showing the visibility from the street. So there's a bump out on the primary residence that sort of screens that rear massing. And then if we can zoom out to the last image, this is the level of visibility that we have from the neighbor to the south. So we've got a little clipping of visibility. And then if we can go to sheet A2.1. Oh, sorry.
It starts running ahead of me.
That's okay. So, we're really talking about this much of visibility from the street. And the proposed changes would be taking that heated portion and returning that, well, I'm speculating, but I believe it was probably a gable, just giving it a better proportion to that chimney. And so if we make this a gable, you would see roughly that much of a change from the street. And then we would be taking this window and restoring some of that formal rhythm and repetition present in the primary structure, establishing a more evenly spaced column bay and trio of doors centered in those. So I'll turn it over for questions.
Questions for the applicant?
Does anyone crawl underneath there to see if there's any clues at all as to the piers?
Well,
I know there's CMU.
Right.
Yeah.
No one has crawled under the house yet.
Good.
Yeah, they would have loved to.
So we can volunteer.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. We have no written public comment. Do we have anyone speaking to the public?
April, we're gonna start talking sometime soon. We could use this application. I'm sorry, there's not enough information. those that were just shown were very helpful. And I think the design looks nice as it proposed. We suggested a little bit more digging and potentially doing some selective demo in specific areas to try to find some evidence that the roof form was originally a gable form. We respectfully additional analysis.
With Preservation Society of Charleston. We appreciate the applicant speaking to us on this project. I unfortunately didn't get the picture that you were talking about. That might be on my end, but thank you so much for sending that. And while this one-story rear addition does appear to have been altered at some point over its history, this is something we take seriously since this is demolition of a potentially historic portion of the building. So we really do encourage just as much documentation to understand the age and evolution and integrity of that roof as possible. I think HCF's recommendation about selective demolition is probably a good one. And just before a final decision can be made on the proposed demolition. We also encourage minimal alterations to the fenestration on the most visible portion of the addition, which is concentrated in the rearmost bay, but the rest of the design as proposed.
More comments and recommendations, please.
Duration staff was also the opinion that the slope of the roof had been previously altered. And the changes are visible from Logan Street. Though we would like to comment that only one of the door to window changes would be visible from Logan Street. Therefore, we still recommending conceptual for the final review by staff.
Thank you, Frankie. Ms. Holman, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or city staff comments? All right. Public comments, the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
When I was out there, you can see the change in the brick on the chimney. They indicate that it was taken up to a certain level with one brick, and then above the ridge with another brick. Maybe, maybe not. Also, when you look at it from the back side of the property, that chimney does line up perfectly between those two windows, and it's centered on the structure, which would have put it on a ridge. So, you know, has the roof form been altered or not? I don't really know. I think there's some strong indications that it might have been. One thing that might help is to go in there. I doubt there's any sort of attic space in there. Supposed to maybe get in there and take some ceiling out and see what the framing looks like. See if it looks like modern framing. Yeah, I'm not certain if the rear parapet is original or not. I think it's a little odd looking. The relationship between the porch columns and the piers, once again, it's sort of a mystery. It's difficult to make a judgment because the columns have clearly been replaced. They're not original. And then the foundation wall and the express piers are now CMU. So, which is correct. I mean, in my opinion, visually, the new column spacing looks better than maybe U1 piers. But I don't know if you could crawl underneath and it would be any remnants of what that happened. It's probably all gone. There's some things on the drawings that, like hardy soffit, some other synthetic materials that need to be corrected so that we're using real materials. And I understand some of these areas aren't visible. The two, I know this is not in our purview, but I'd like to mention it. The two existing windows on the rear elevation, in my opinion, are likely original, in their original location, the openings themselves. And I would like to encourage the applicant to retain replacing them with the regained windows and arch window above. I think this little kitchen house has lost so much of its history. I think that's one thing that I feel pretty comfortable is left of what it originally was. It would be a shame to lose it. But once again, it's not visible.
Unless you trespass. Unless you trespass.
Unless you trespass. I didn't climb the fence now. The eaves to me look like they're a little large. If this were a standalone kitchen house, they probably would have likely not been boxed eaves and been simpler. But this is kind of an unusual situation with the kitchen house actually being built attached to the house. It could have very well been boxed eaves just because of the house. Window detail, once again, there's not a lot of them that are not visible, but change the detail to accommodate a 4-inch sill and without a pre-manufactured sill sitting on top of it as shown in the detail. That's kind of my observations.
Those are all good ones. And I would tend to agree that a little selective demolition to sort of confirm the suspicions about the roof line would be really helpful. And definitely agree about the proposed eave, because if the intention is to sort of restore what might have been an original roof line, then maybe follow through and kind of do a real traditional eave design as well. And if you did find that the existing rear slope and rear parapet were not original, then I would personally consider getting rid of that rear parapet because it really makes it hard to resolve where it intersects with the proposed rear gable. All I got to add to what Bill said.
Pretty well covered. My concern is that hasn't been enough access to really make a reasonable determination. I think just I'm inclined to agree. The house in the form and that chimney was probably on a ridge, and so my instinct is that probably was a little gable roof, and the flat roof is later, but it's just not. It's speculation, and I'm inclined to follow the standards and avoid speculation. I don't think it would be really difficult to do a little more detective work and make a more informed decision. I certainly think if that roof is not original, the design is fine. I think the visible windows, I would rather see the original window openings retained. Possible. I understand only one of them I think is visible. I think it needs a little more detective work. Some access to those spaces, particularly the ceiling, and a few photographs might solve the problem. So I think a role for additional information on age of the existing roof.
Was that a motion for deferral?
I would make that a motion.
Additional information on the
On the
existing
age of
roof.
the existing roof. Roll call.
Okay, so I've got a motion on the floor for deferral for additional information on the age of the existing roof. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion to a vote. Cora?
Yay, in favor.
Bill?
Yay in favor.
Omar?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes in the majority and the motion passed unanimously. Thank you.
Just like, and after that, if it were a gable originally, I kind of suspect the pitch would have been deeper, so I would be open to seeing the pitch greater on that, so it goes.
Using the main house as a guide, but
All right, agenda item 14 is 199 St. Paul Street. Introduction and review of the project, please.
Street is requesting conceptual approval for new single-family residence at rear in the category 4, in Canberra, Elliott Drive, pre-1888 districts. Location on St. Philip Street. This is a photo. Phillips. Sample map showing the history of the structure. Architecture inventory from 1985. Yeah.
thanks, Frankie. I'm Ashley Jennings, I'm architect on the project with me, and that's my Anderson. This is a property on St. Philip Street that's been previously used as a bakery. It's Brown's Port Bakery right now. And unfortunately, they don't want to be a bakery anymore. And so the proposal here is to return what was originally a single-family residence back to a single-family residence in the front. What you're looking at here is just a streetscape of the view down that property. If you're familiar with the property at all, it's bordered by another newer development. The driveway is pretty tight, so it's hard to see anything down that driveway, but I tried to give you the best view I could possibly do. Side plan, the previous and the proposed, I think when you look at the Sanborn maps, you can see that this was originally a development of 4 structures. And what was Brown's Court is the driveway now. They've all aligned, and there's been a significant addition to the front structure that became part of the bakery. So we're proposing to add another structure in the back. You can see it's pushed to the back of the property here. There will be obviously internal renovations to the front structure to convert it from a commercial space to a residential space, but nothing that would impact the exterior of the building, except to do some much needed restoration of the exterior of the building, and to remove a corral that has a walking cooler and some other types of storage back there. And then the back building is proposed to be a single family residence. Once again, it's long and skinny. The property is very narrow, and so in order to make a single family residence work there, we're talking about a long and skinny building in the back. And these are proposed. As you can see at the top is a kind of a side section that looks at the front structure and the back structure together. You've got some data lines there just to show you how the back structure relates to the front structure. The intent is to kind of look at the rhythm of the building and mimic some of what's happening on the front structure. We don't have enough room to add a porch there, but we are creating a kind of a pinch in the middle of the building where the volume is pushed back at the entrance. And the idea is to mimic the rhythm of the windows, even though they're not rated on the front structure, and mimic the rhythm of the windows in the back structure. You can see that we've dropped the eave to below what the typical eave height would be in order to minimize the overall height of the building. And that's where you see the dormer
And then finally, this is just the, once again, that streetscape and looking at the building in the back, just to give you some context. While the building doesn't, I know we talk about subordination with these structures, the building in the front is only 12 feet wide. And so to get a perspective on how narrow that building is and what limits you have on the side, this was our attempt to make the back building smaller, but also referential to the front structure. The material palette is very simple, tree framing, female wood, some siding is differentiated in the pinch point. And does you have any questions? Thank you.
No written public comment. Do we have anyone speaking?
Amy Catherine here with the Preservation Society of Charleston. This design is starting in a great place. While we appreciate that this building would be set back a considerable distance from the street in a deep lot, our only comment is that this is still a secondary structure to a historic building, and as proposed, this scale is slightly overwhelming to the primary building. So we would just encourage studying ways to reduce the footprint, potentially by shortening the hyphen or creating more balanced symmetrical volume from the main body of the structure.
Comments and recommendations, please.
Observation that the structure is differentiated but compatible with the existing structure. Building had a comment that we would recommend that the proposed structure be reduced in mass to be more subordinate. I will say I should reword that we were talking about height more than very narrow. But the only other comment we had was recommending changing the window in the sort of proposed hyphen area to a different light pattern as we would do with the other windows. Since our comment referenced mass, we were recommending deferral to staff comments.
Thank you, Frankie. Ashley, do you want to respond to or clarify anything?
Sure, I'd love to respond. Sorry, when I figured it out, it gets all confused. So I just want to, I can't read. The raw height of the building, I believe, is like 27 feet to the top of the ridge. Or 21 feet, sorry, even shorter. So when we talk about reducing the overall height of the building, we're really challenged. It almost is a story and a half right now rather than a two-story building. So I would just appeal to the board when we start to talk about subordination and thinking about how to make a building subordinate here. Keep in mind that the front structure is very small, and I think you can see that. Okay, sorry. I think you can see that here in the streetscape. When we think about the relative scale of 199 to its neighbors, it's very small. And so, in fact, the window height on the second floor, I think, is like 6 feet. The top of the windows on the front structure is 6 feet. So maybe adding a scale figure would have helped on this, but I think what we're dealing with is a really diminutive building in the front structure, in the front. So keep that in mind when you start to deliberate. Thank you.
All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is closed. Move into board discussion and vote.
I think it's a nice building. It's simple. I like the simplicity. It's a nice, simple, elegant design. As far as competing with the front house, it's small, so I'm not sure that you can make this house much smaller. And then the front house also sits pretty much on grade, so it's going to be difficult to bring it down lower and still have a story and a half building. So I think Ashley's probably done what she can do with that. I think the mass has been nicely handled with the introduction of the smaller center bay. the introduction of the different window cut in the center bay, I think further helps with the massing, as does the different siding profile. Main comments are on the site, and it's a really, really tight site. And I think we need to try to find some way to squeeze in some more green space. One way is to take advantage of the strip down the middle of the driveway. A couple ways you could do that. One would be replacing the gravel with, say, a ground cover or something like a portmanteau grass or something. It would probably need to be irrigated just because of the radiance from the concrete. And dare I say so, they make some very convincing synthetic turfs out there. I've used them myself, and they are some very convincing ones out there. It would provide green space, so that's something I would entertain. Something else is, and I might be wrong about this, my memory may be foggy, but I thought that the parking requirement was 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit and not 2. But do you know if
There's 2.
It is 2.
Until you get to 3 dwellings, then it becomes 1.5.
All right, so that's not an option. The only other site question, comment I've got is maybe coming up with an edging detail to help contain the gravel and parking area between the 2 buildings.
Excuse me.
That's my 2 cents.
Along the lines of site, I mean, I don't see any mechanical or trash. You know, it'd be good to kind of plan how that's going to be handled, where that's going to go. I was just reminding myself, but it really, the whole site does abut the Midtown development to the south, and that's, you know, substantially taller than both of the buildings we're looking at here. So given the distance from the street and all the considerations, I'm not concerned about the scale, the math of what's proposed. I do agree with you, Bill, that the site could really be old if it's not carefully handled.
But it's cold now, just with the gravel. It could use some more.
Trash and mechanical, do you have to go somewhere?
Yeah, go ahead. I don't have anything else. Go ahead.
First glance, it's a little out of scale with the front building, but the front building is very small and sort of okay, I think, with the idea that you could put much smaller items back there that would be particularly usable. And so I'm inclined to, and again, there are examples around town on these long, deep blocks that have been broken up, actually, and the houses behind the front house, the historic front house, tend to get close to the size of the front house. So this sort of almost looks like a separate property, and so I'm a little less concerned about that. I went down and walked up that block today because, you know, on that side of the street, the rest of the block is new construction. New construction that, for me, doesn't really relate to the historic environment of that street. And I think that that this building tries to be compatible with and sort of both the general architecture. And I think it tries to have a material palette that is representative of the what is left of the historic environment on that street. And it's a valid effort. I just don't think it quite gets there. So I'm struggling with the architecture.
What was the original bakery called? It was like the pine cone and the sheep or something. What was it? It was this. Thank you. It was something. That was so cool. I love that place.
Certainly makes standard being differentiated, but I'm not sure it quite makes compatible. And I struggle with it because right next door is the rest of the block. There's no way in the world that's compatible with the architecture of this building down or the other side of the street, or what's left of the historic buildings. They're not many on the other side of the street. So I'm struggling with that assessment a little bit. But I just don't think it quite hits the mark.
I'm gonna go out on a limb. Just put a motion for conceptual approval with the board condition to study the site and maximize green space and clarify where trash and mechanical.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with the board comment to restudy the site and maximize green space and clarify where the trash and mechanical will be. Do I have a second to Julia's motion?
I'll second that.
To a vote. Fillmore?
Nay opposed.
Bill?
Yea in favor.
Julia?
Yeah, in favor.
Laura?
Yay in favor.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes 4-4 and 1 against. Thank you. Agenda item number 15, 155 King Street. Frankie, could you give us an introduction overview of the project, please?
Is requesting conceptual approval for facade renovations and a new rear addition. It is not located in Charleston Village, pre-1888 in the Old and Historic District. The property's location on King Street. King Street. We're not showing the history of the structure. Architectural inventory from 1973. Turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you. I'm Simmons Young, here tonight on behalf of the family that owns Krogan's Toolbox, who are here with me as well. Usually I'll start with the history of the building. Like you ran into it, obviously, I think there was maybe a copy and paste error. Krogan's has been on King Street for over 100 years as the oldest family-owned jewelry store in Charleston. It's run by the granddaughters and great-grandchildren of the original owner, William Krogan, and the great-great-grandchild was outside in the waiting room for a little while, didn't quite make it. It started in an enclosed piazza that was just 10 feet wide, and then moved into 308 King Street, which is like the Charleston scene. And bursting at the seams in opening this building. And things have just permeated the community, physical things, and then also just the family very involved. It's nice. It's a nice history about Krogan and King. So if we can skip the slide 3, I think. What we were looking at was on Lower King Street, some of the proportions of the surrounding buildings with the other storefronts on King Street. We looked at the stone and wood bases, various storefronts and the adjacent buildings, with their sill heights and lintel heights and cornices, And we talked about the vertical proportions of most of the buildings compared to the horizontal proportion, most of the wing buildings. It does have a little interest for the base. Next slide. So the design goal became to try to find a way to more vertically express the bay window concept that exists, and then drawing on the context of the nearby buildings and bringing some architectural elements to the existing storefront that add some interest and also have some influence from 308 King right up the street. I think we can go through these context ones quickly. It's a two-story stucco structure made of concrete block with a concrete slab foundation and concrete double T second floor structure with open web steel truss supports for the roof. And surprisingly, it's, the block seems a little bit better than you might have expected in the late 60s, early 70s. It's on the west side of the street, on the corner of Jacobs Alley, with a deep lot that includes parking places at the rear. Then on the corner of Jacobs Alley, there in the lighter color building, and we're looking to add an addition on the rear where the parking is. Building is recessed off the street so we can keep the existing house wing door. And we're ramping up inside to provide ADA access off King Street, something that doesn't currently exist. And we're adding windows on the north side. You can see those high transom windows to bring light. And then on the back, we're adding a stair and elevator and small program space and some trash storage. This one has a workshop, staff and family office, and marketing and other back of house function. And the addition, you can see it again, just stairs, elevator, and a small breakout room. Plans we're replacing mechanical equipment. It's mostly not visible. It can really hike back on Jacobs Alley and look pretty hard. You can see it. The enlarged entry plan and the King Street elevation. Some features that we're looking at are marble bases at the bays, painted wood bay with metal clad wood windows, insulated decorative metal between the second floor and the first floor on raised wood panel. Wood slope roof. That's okay. The slope roof with metal roof edge and a wood fascia above the top of the bay, and corbelled stucco at the cornice on top of the building. Drink of water. Cast stone lintels at the center opening, and the sill at the center is also cast stone. Decorative cast stone orbs, spheres at the top of the building with a plaque with gold colored lettering going in the steps parapet. And then gaslight sconces on either side of the entry, which is being widened a little bit from what you can see in the existing elevation. Fabric awning is just drawing from the existing one at 308 King Street, which gets smaller, but the idea is there. It's in the logo of the shop. Let's see, the next slide is the north elevation. So very plain, and we're looking at windows. It's a little bit restricted, just punched openings. So this is the back of the building. You can see where the addition pokes out about 6 feet, and a new canopy that covers the egress stair, and then the delivery. property is street from. Just showing the relationship to the adjacent buildings. The one on the left and south has a very tall storefront, and then the one on the right is more sort of building. These are some views from one of the bigger one is from right across the street, slightly south, and then the upper right is from the north with Jacob's Alley, and then on the lower left street from near the corner of Queens. Glad to answer any questions.
Can you confirm the date of the building? Because we said pre-1888, and I saw the Sanborn maps, but this definitely doesn't look like a pre-1888.
Yeah, it had an asbestos, it's not pre-1888, it definitely had an asbestos removal, so we can see the bare walls are blocked. And maybe there was a foundation under there that's the same.
We struggled to get an accurate date. I think we were mostly going off the same one.
You have a survey?
We do have a survey, yeah.
I guess really the question is, the existing bays and the proposed bays do not fall out of the property line, right?
That's correct, yeah.
Cool.
We had 4 written comments submitted. The one was from Robert Stockton at 6 Montague Court. The proposed changes to the facade at 155 King Street are commendable. The present mid-20th century facade treatment has always seemed out of place in the historic block of King Street. Architect Simmons Young's proposed facade will correct that deficiency. The innovative design reflects traditional Charleston commercial architecture presented in a professionally new context. The changes should be approved. So, add new emails. Okay, this was from Neely Woodson Powell. To members of the BAR, as their neighbor at 159 and 161 King Street, the owner of Krogan's has courteously reached out to show me their proposed architectural plans. Having been a staple in the working for 15 years at Charleston Shoe, I would be very happy to have what Krogan's has proposed as our neighbor. This is an amazing, very tasteful upgrade and will be a huge asset to our end of the street. I love the design and highly approve. Just have an email from Caroline Chikaris. The owner of 125 King Street has reached out to show us their plans. The plans are absolutely gorgeous. We are 100% in full support. We are so excited for our new neighbors. Final email from Brian Hellman. Dear Tori, I hope this finds you well. I was writing in support of the stellar and much-needed renovation and facade improvements to 155 King Street. As you likely know, my wife and I are in the process of doing similar work at 145 King Street, something we've been working on for nearly a decade. Lower King Street is going through a resurgence right now, and the design proposed by Simmons Young for Krogan's is something I would hope sees final approval tomorrow night. All right. Do you have anyone speaking from the public?
I'm Carol with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We are supportive of this proposal, which represents a major improvement to the existing design. We also appreciate efforts to honor the history and the legacy of this locally owned small business as part of the design. However, as we've communicated to the applicant, our only concern is that including the 1907 establishment date at the cornice level could be misinterpreted as the construction date, as this is very typical along other commercial thoroughfares in Charleston, and to an untrained architectural eye could be confusing. So we encourage exploring alternative locations to interpret the business's history, perhaps at the pedestrian level. And in this vein, we would just encourage studying options to further simplify the design language as this project progresses. Clearly read at its time, but otherwise feel like this was starting in a very strong place, and we're excited to have our longtime King Street neighbors even closer. So.
Frank, if you give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
I have a couple observations. The proportions of the facade are improved from the existing dimensions, and the proposed
proposed side elevations add rhythm through the addition of windows. Our comments, we also had one about the day plaque. The proposed day plaque is inappropriate and supposed to say should be omitted as it creates a false sense of history. Wanted you to just confirm with zoning and engineering about the phase projecting in the sidewalks, since we didn't see the survey, but since you stated that in the property, I will strike that one. Orbs are out of context with the structure in the neighborhood, and really number 4, we had a question about the circular medallions. On the drawing, it seems to read sort of like a Patras plate. But we weren't really sure if that's so. It depended on the detailing. If these were looking like a Patras plate, we would encourage you not to include that, as it also creates a false sense of history. But if it is a more decorative element, basically if it's not going to end up looking like a Patras plate, we didn't have an issue with that. Staff recommendation is conceptual approval with staff comments and a final review by staff. And we also want to say we love that you're keeping the awning.
Frankie, so did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the staff comment?
Just that the ornamental metal is in design.
Okay, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I can start this one. And I kind of agree with the comments that Robert Stockton submitted, and I don't always agree with him. I think your design introduces a little bit of 21st century whimsy kind of in the spirit of King Street without replicating anything. I like the orbs. I think they're fun. We don't have enough orbs in Charleston. And when I initially looked at the proposed facade, I honestly thought that those bays were going to be like bronze or something. It feels to me like they should be something really substantial like that. I worry a little bit about wood and how it would, wear and hold up. But conceptually, I think that the design is really great.
Laura asked that question on the page of the building, so I was very confused. When I was reading through it, I saw pre 1888, and I thought there's no way.
It's very nice, I agree with Kevin's comments. Decoration of the center panels. They don't read like Patras plates. They're very fine.
When we originally looked at it, we thought that's what they were. And we're going, oh, if it's more decorative.
Yeah, they call it as metal. I agree with the comment about the black at the top. I'm chewing, I don't mind.
I agree with what's been said. I think it's a very handsome building. As far as the parapet orbs, I like them. There are precedents around town. I think Majestic Square, a few doors down, and they made it have urns on top of theirs. As far as the date goes, it just incorporated it in the sidewalk door, just like a lot of the older King Street establishments have been named or something there. I really have nothing else to add.
It's a great improvement.
Motion for conceptual approval with staff comments 1 and 2.
They said 2, the base projecting the sidewalk, they struck that comment.
Did staff strike it, or just wanted it confirmed?
We just wanted it confirmed. I don't mind taking someone's word about the survey, but.
So just stop comment 1 then?
1 and 2.
1 and 2. All right. And did you already?
I didn't let's see the details. What do you guys think? Final review by staff or?
I like it's not very important.
It is, yeah. And yeah, that reminds me that the details will be really critical to making it as cool as it looks conceptually. Yeah.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with staff comments 1 and 2. Do I have a second to Julie's motion? Put the motion to a vote. Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Laura?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor.
Bill?
Yay in favor.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Okay, we need to, agenda item number. Okay, agenda item number 8, I don't see the applicant here, so I am making a motion to defer. Second.
Second.
Thank you, Fillmore, all in favor, say
Aye.
Aye. None opposed, do I have a motion to adjourn? Do I have a second?
Second.
Fillmore, all in favor, say aye. None opposed.